All right, and welcome back. So what we're building today is obviously Artio. So Artio is more of a CRM platform, right? So, and we're just going to show you the different features that we're having. I also bring in a little bit of animations in, but very little, but you'll see it. And yeah, we basically have a responsive YouTube iframe component that I added for you guys, and you can just grab it from the components folder, and you can use it within your actual project. All right, so this is what we have so far. It's already deployed on this route, and yeah, so you can see we have this little header here, which you can close. It's closable. When you click on that, it closes. I'm just going to refresh to bring it back in. And this is what we're having. And if you check, we have a mobile view for the uh, for the navigation as well. So this is exactly how it looks like. But before I show you guys how the mobile side of things look like, but I think we can basically just go through the different sections that we are having. So here we have the arrow, we have these two little buttons there, we have this page where we can actually have a preview of the Artio product. So when you click on this, it's going to open up a modal. As you can see, it's already like animated. There's actually a gradient tree around it, and you can already see that now it's moving alongside the video. Yes, so I'll show you basically how you can achieve that. You can increase the width if you want to, or modify the appearance, the colors, and so on. Right, so this is exactly what we're having. So you basically have this video playing out for you. You can basically try to, you know, um, mute and so on. Basically, it's just going to show you basically what the Artio product stands for, right? So this is exactly something very cool. I think it works so well, especially on the mobile version. And I'll show you how you can basically achieve this kind of behavior in real time. So here we are going to close out on this, and if I scroll down, we have this logo section, right? So you can see all of them, they are basically moving. When you over it, kind of pauses and so on. So we're using a very basic component to achieve that, and I'll show you how that works in real time as well. So we have a CRO, we have a title here, we have a couple of reusable components, we have the cards, same thing here. Basically, we're using the same component, same thing here, right? So we have the multiplayer section where you see all of this setup, right? So we have the same card. Then we have scale with security section. Right now we have two main buttons: start for free, talk to sales, and so on. Right. So there we have a very different section. We're using a very basic trick to basically create two borders for this as well. So I'll show you basic on how you can achieve a feature like that. So we have the cards that will pass in an image URL, pass in the title, description is able to take care of itself, right? So now we have the love by builders. These look more like a little tweet card, right? So it takes in, I think the reviewer text, the hashtag, the name, and the actual review, as well as the timestamp. So let's scroll down a bit. You can see we have a grayed out section here. Yeah, I'll show you basically how you can achieve that with basically an overlay, right? So it's particularly straightforward, and these are the things that we'll be covering in this lesson. And yeah, let's get started, right? But before that, let's see how this looks on the mobile side. So I navigate this to mobile now. So we see something like this, and then this is basically our navigation. We click on this, you can see how well-rounded the navigation is, right? So we have the customer, the change log, the help, carriers, the pricing, and so on. So you can close out of here. And when you scroll, you can see that the title itself is well, the text is very responsive, right? So you scroll down, and then we have our video page. You can click on here. So you can see the video coming up. These are definitely our YouTube video that we just watched, but this is the corresponding version on mobile. So I'm just going to close out of here. So you see that you can basically view the same setup on, on the mobile as well. So this is this is a model flow. Scroll up a bit, this is a multiplayer flow, and we have a scale with security flow, and yeah, so we have this other flow. You see, we build them in such a way that on a per component level, it's already responsive, so that when you bring in the entire components together, it doesn't give you the headache of trying to make them responsive and stuff like that, right? So responsive first approach is just something I'll be showing you guys on how to achieve that basically. So scroll up a bit, and then we have a tweet card. You can see it looks good, looks so good on mobile right now. And scroll up, you can see we have the CRM section right there, and then we have the footer section. All right, so this is what we'll be building today, and welcome back. Okay, so we're going to start a different session, and we're just going to go through the entire setup as I've already shown you. We have quite a few things going here, right? So we're going to go section by section, so we can be able to explain how we can achieve the different UI screens. All right, so we have the very first one here, which is I call it an alert, right? So we have the navigation, and then here we have the arrow, and then here we have a grid background. We're not going to animate it because there's actually a component you could use to basically achieve this. And also we have an image right there. Then we have the play icon. Probably we can just add in a YouTube video, a random YouTube video. So when you click on it, it's just going to open up the video per se. And then we have the marquee session where we basically have the logo group, right? And then we have a CRM section. I have to zoom out of this a bit. We have the CRM section. And also we have this other modeled round section. And when we scroll down, we have the designed for multiplayer section. So what this does is just we're showcasing the feature of the app, basically nothing too critical. And then we have this little security section here, and then we have so much more section. So you can actually see how there's a transition, there's a blend between the actual light mode and the dark mode that we're seeing right here, right? So here it seems that we enter a different layer, which is completely dark, and then we have the so much more, we have the loved by builders, and then we have the ready to build your themes CRM, and then footer. And also there's something really interesting here. So this lesson is going to be packed with functional implementation as well. So when you click on this, I'm just going to integrate a kind of a chatbot system, and so when you click on this, it's just going to pop up the model leading to the chatbot. So I think that would be cool, but then it will actually just stand out basically. All right, that being said, we can actually see the mobile view of it. So on the right hand side, we can see the mobile layer, and then you have the hamburger there, we have the logo, you have the text, still appears too big, but looks good. And then we have the different sections. So I'm just going to scroll down for you guys real quick so we can see the right section. Okay, nice, all the way to the very end. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so this is something that we'll be building out, and we'll be exploring quite a few technologies, all right? And one of those is that we're going to be leveraging the grid structure. So if you've not heard of this is actually Animata.design. It's a very cool platform for you to be able to see some animated libraries and so on, right? So I'm just going to be using a good background there. And then you could actually get lots and lots of features in it, to be honest. And it's always, it's growing and so on. There's actually a moving gradient. In case you want to use this, you can see the gradient is actually moving and so on. Very cool stuff, right? And this is something I think that we can actually be, be wanting to build for the most part. And yeah, I think without further ado, let's get started. So the next thing is I've dropped a link to this as well, is the art here, and there's actually two branches as of now. We have the main, and then we have the starter. So this is the starter branch is where you'll be focused on, right? But then I will be working on the main branch, right? So if you're starting that, just clone it, change your current branch to starter, and you should be good to go. All right, so I've already done a couple of stuff. I've actually cloned. To clone is very easy. Use the git clone then paste the link in there like so. This will actually clone the repo, and once I've already done that, so I won't do it now. So once you've cloned, the next thing is you want to just do npm install to install different packages. So those are the two relevant commands you should be able to do, and make sure you are on the starter branch. Right, so once you're done with that, I think we can now start our server. So I'll clear this out. I'm just doing npm dev. So this should be able to start up our development server. It's going to take a few seconds. All right, so I'll allow that to compile. And while we're waiting for that to compile, there are a few things that we can do to keep the project up and running. So I'm just going to go to desktop and go to YouTube. This is where I have my project, by the way. So I'm just going to put my VS Code right in that folder. Okay, so now that we're there, so there are a few setups that are particularly relevant, and we can start with the most simple ones, right? So the first one I can see here is the color and the font pattern, right? So let's see what font family are we using. Let's start from there. So let's select one of these texts. So we can see, so you can click on this little icon here. Good. They're using Giro board, right? So let's check a different text. They're using Inter. Okay, so I see the combination of two fonts. Obviously, I think on the header they're using something called the Giro font, the Giro board, and on the normal text they're using Inter, as you can see right here. So we have to bear in mind that this project uses two fonts, the Giro board as well as the Inter font. So let's make sure that there are no other additional font. So we have all base covered. Okay, so they are not. So I'm going to scroll down to the very bottom and select one of these guys. Select this Giro board. Right? No, nice. So that means we basically have two main fonts to worry about in this project. That's the Inter font and the Giro board. So I think by default, you should be able to have, when you clone from the starter branch, you should be able to have the the Inter font, right? So Inter font comes with it by default. And let's change the name of this project to Artia. What does Artia do? Artia is CRM landing page, CRM platform for conversion. So we can just do CRM platform for conversion. All right, nice. Okay, so the next thing is we have our font. We need to be able to set up the Giro board. So we have to search for that. We don't know where we could obviously get one of those. So this is the font, Giro board. So I'm going to search for it. And I'll just do something like download Giro board font, or Giro font as the case may be. So I can see one here. Let's make sure that it's not a paid one. We're not going to pay for anything. Alright, so let's see. Okay, we can download this for free, which is good already. This is Giro board. So you can download, sorry about that, download for free. Let's close this out. And boom, we have it there. Okay, so now that we're having it here, so I'm just going to delete any other thing that I think that we're not using for today. I want to delete all of this. Yeah, I'm going to delete all of this. Alright, good. Alright, so now this is the Giro board. The first thing we do is to extract it. I'm just going to extract it real quick. And now we can actually have the Giro board, Giro heavy. And we're mostly concerned about this guy. So that's what we'll be using in our project. So you go to public. I'm going to create a new folder. And I'll call that font. I'm going to create another folder. And I'll call that images. Right. So font. So I can put this within the font folder. So that's a Giro board. I like to always name my assets in a way that makes sense, mostly lowercase and using underscore. Okay, good. So that's the proper naming. So we have the Giro bold font, which is cool, right? And we can be able to use the next font to basically import this. And yeah, so let's do that quickly. Okay, so we have the basic setup here, and we've added the import. So you need this first. So import local font from next font to local, and this local font is what you use here, right? So you can see the way I'm declaring it right here. So we're targeting the public folder, and then we go to a font like the way we're having it, and then we have the Giro board.tcf, right? This file right here, and then we specify the weight and specify the style, which is bold, right? So this font is actually now available for us anywhere, and we can use it, right? So for example, if I want to use it as, I'm just exporting it now, so we can use it for title specific cases. So I think our app is already running. So if I want to use this font, I could easily just make a transition, right? So I could come here, instead of enter the class name, I just do keyboard bold the class name. Boom, see we changed it right immediately. So now I can show you that again, just in case I missed the first one. So this is enter, right? Let's go again. Yes, you can see the text itself, right? So you can see all of this. You can see all of this. This is actually a logo. You might not be able to see that well, but you can see the title. You can see this. So for you to confirm it more, you can inspect, and obviously clear out all of this. Select one of these, and what you're going to do, you're going to go to body, and you can see the class name, right? So the class name now is actually pointing to Giro bold. As you can see here, it's complaining about the font style has been bold. Oh, that's why. So we have to fix that. So we'll just do font style. Yeah, bold. It's not invalid properly, so we can just take it out. It's nothing special. So let's take that out so we can be able to resolve the error. Now that's resolved, so we have the width, we have the font family, good for us. Right, so we can be able to use this font anywhere we want to use it. So but by default, the font that we are having is actually the Inter font. Nice. Okay, so let's get started. And the next point of discussion is to basically understand the color scheme of this whole application. I don't think it has much more of a color scheme, because majority of what we have here is obviously just white and black, right? So that is to say the primary color would just be black, this color basically. So let's select this, and this will be our base color. So we'll go to our Tailwind .config, and under extend we're going to add the colors block right there. So within the colors block, we can be able to say, oh, okay, let's define the primary color. Okay, let's not forget the pound sign right before it. Sorry about that. Okay, so the rest is just pretty white and straightforward, so that should go. All right, so let's build out the layout, the critical layout of the page. So in here, I'm just going to close out on all of this, close out on all of this, minimize this, go to source, and go to component. I'm just going to create a new folder and call these sections. And in the app, we already have a page, which is good for us. And in the sections part, we're going to add quite a few things, right? So we have the alert section, which is what we're having here. So alert section .tsx right there. Okay, so that's the alert section. The next is actually the nav, but we already have this. So immediately you cloned, you have this common folder, and then there's this navbar component. So let's not worry about that. So we have the hero section. So let's create a new one. We'll call this the hero section. All right, nice. And the root section is a combination of all of these as well as this grid layout here, so it's completely fine. So, but then we have the logo group section. So let's create a new section for that. Okay, and I will call it logo group. Just call it the marquee. Okay, call it the marquee section. Okay, nice. So we have the CRM section. So everything here will be for the CRM, right? So we can call this the CRM section. All right, nice. We have the model data modeling section. All right, so we do data model section. All right, data modeling section. Okay, so we have the multiplayer design section. All right, so the next will be skill security. This is a very short section by the way, but then it's just, so we should separate it as well. Security skill skill. And then we have two other ones. We have the more features as well as loved by builders. So we have a more features section, and then we have the loved by builders section. So after that we have the ready to build. And then finally we have the footer section. Okay, nice. So the next thing will be for us to bring everything together, starting from the very first thing to the end. Right, so let's go to page, and we want to make sure that we'll close out of all of the tabs, and we clear out all of this, and we just start from clean slate. So we have the main, and what we're going to do, we're going to bring in the alert section, I think. So the next will be the navbar. So next again will be the hero. So next after that will be the marquee. So after that we have the CRM. Alright, and after the CRM we have the model data modeling. Okay, data modeling, and after that we have the design for multiplayer. So that design, and after that we have the security skill, and then we have the more features section. And then we have loved by builders. Okay, we have the ready to build, and finally we have the photo section. Nice. Right, so these are everything, each of the individual components that we'll be building out, right? So we're building one after the other, and by the we just make sure that as we build them, we're making them responsive, so we don't have to come back to it again, and want to do some refactor, right? So we'll save those time ahead, ahead of that. Okay, so I think this makes sense. And obviously, in the next section, we're just going to dive deep down into the critical part of the integration. All right, so it seems we're back again, and let's start building out. Yeah, so first thing we're having here is the alert, right? So what do we need? So far, this is what we have, by the way, and we have the alert section. So we can as well just go into the alert section. Let's pin this right here. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make sure that I get the background color correctly. So this is the base background color. This is actually the primary color that we are using. And the way this works is that I can just go in here and I can make this BG primary text white for all of the text. And I think we'll basically have like two maybe paragraphs, just one paragraph actually, and we have this text in there, right? So we have to make sure that this is a special character, and we have to use the apostrophe, right? So okay, I think that was wrong. Let's go back again. I'm going to do the and apos, yeah, something like that. So that should work. And the font that's been used here though is Inter, and this is Inter semi-bold, which is like 500, I think. 500 is medium. Semi-bold should be like 600 or something like that. Yeah, for the most part. All right, so let's go over that. So we can come here and we can do font semi-bold. Okay, so after the P, we're going to have a very small read more thing here. So we're actually going to use an actual link, for that. So href, for now we're not going to link anywhere, so you can just do this, and we have to import the link from next link, and then we can do read more, right? So just make sure that everything is singular and positioned at singular and is positioned at the center. So you can take all of this and put it within a singular parent component. And the next thing we do is that this should already look good, right? So we just have to apply flex and do all of those stuff. So this is what we have so far. And basically here we should have some order line, and we should have order line offset by maybe 4, something like that. And next thing we do is to make sure that we do flex and justify center. Okay, so the same thing applies here. So we just do inline, right? So it's not really big deal. Inline block. Okay, I'll just do flex. That should work. So the gap between here, and here, let me go out a bit. Oh, it's not really separated, so we can't really tell. All right, so let's do, I can see it's already like 2 or 3, so we'll see how they do 2. Say gap 2. Yeah, let's do 3. Okay, nice. So now these basically have like some padding top, if you can see. 12 pixel by top and bottom. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to put all of this here. You can do P12 pixel on all sides, which is okay. And also on the side, it's actually rounded. So there we can actually check the border radius and have it selected. And the next thing we do is to check the border radius. I can't find anyone for some weird reason. Let's select this again. 12, right? You can see 12 here under the appearance. So that's 12 pixel. So we can just do rounded 12 pixel. Alright, nice. Okay, so that's the first one. That's the first guy. So this is what we are having. Makes sense so far. And next thing would be we have to jump into the navigation, which is this side of things. And as you can see in mobile, we're having the alert at the bottom, and we have the navigation at the top. So that's something that we have to take note of when we are accounting for responsiveness. Okay, so while we're at that, let's quickly build out the navigation side of things. Right, and yeah, so now there is other thing that we must have mixed during our setup. That's the asset. So let's quickly do that. We're going to export out all the relevant assets. So this is the PNG. We can grab the SVG version if we want. I'm just going to export that, and we already have a logo. We have to rename it correctly. So we can do a logo. So let's delete out that one. Okay, so we have a little badge here. We can use Shadcn for that. Not a problem. The same here, the same here. So there's an image here. So let's grab this image. Okay. Actually, it's a full component, to be honest. We could just grab the entire thing, right? I don't know if there's any point of we trying to use a grid component. We could grab the entire thing already. Right, so that's something that we can consider as well. You could grab the entire thing. So whenever you click on it, we'll basically just simulate a kind of, what's it called? You can simulate a YouTube plane, right? YouTube play thing. So this is what we are having. I'm trying to bring up the hero. So this is what we are having. This looks clean if you ask me. So when you click anywhere within this canvas, we should be able to bring out that model. So which is fine, which is very fine, by the way. So this is very clean. And for that reason, we can now go here and we rename this properly to hero. So let's kind of shrink this. Okay, so the next thing is the So the next one is the different text that we're having so far. We have all of these. We have the OpenAI, we have the Pally, we have the Corsa, we have the Plain, Passion, and so on. So let's grab them individually because we can just put them in some sort of in a marquee thing. So let's grab all of these, export. Let's grab this guy. Okay. Let's grab this guy. Let's grab this guy. Grab this guy again. Grab this guy. Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. Okay, so that's basically all of them, and we have to rename them, at least for the most part, properly. And we'll start from Coca-Cola. So next thing is OpenAI. So I think I normally have like a detail tab where I can preview the image on the side. It's a very cool Windows feature, and I think we should have it in Mac as well. It shouldn't be a Windows thing. So here, let's get, so this one is OpenAI. So we can do OpenAI. This one is Pally. We can do Pally. And then we have the Corsa. We can do Corsa. We can do Plain. We can do the Passion front. We can do the dot. Next is the hyperlink. Next is on deck. And we have the bravado. And then we have the beacons. Okay, so this is good, right? So these are the images that we have so far. We have this lady icon here. Let's export it. Okay, let's go there. I need the SVG form of it. So we can call this CRM square. CRM square. So the same thing here for, so we can just rename that to be like fancy square. I think it's better named that way. Okay, so the image here, we can basically extract it on this part of things. And we can do export. So this is the image. So this image, for some reason, I don't know, it looks a little bit cropped out. I don't think it's a problem though, but we could either extract the original image or we just use it as this, right? So not really a big deal. So we can just name this CRM. So I have one little avatar here of this lady. So we select that. Export. So we need a full image, right? So there's one extension I'm having here. And if you follow my previous video, you must have already used it. So let's go to plugins, and we have export original images. That's the name of the plugin. So let's run it here. It's going to take a few seconds, but then it's going to run, and we should be able to grab the actual image. All right, so yeah, let's give it a couple of seconds. All right, there we go. So I have this layer selected, right? So you can just spot it like so, and let's view the full screen. You can see we can have the full image, not just the cropped out one that Figma would have given us, right? So we have the full lady's image, and what's the name? Her name is Decrease. All right, so do the Decrease. I don't know how that's pronounced. Sorry. All right, so what else do we have? Okay, so move on to this section. So we have all of this here. So one thing I do feel though, I think it's going to be I don't know yet, but let's try it out. If having this shape, like this rounded shape, is a problem, we might need to basically just refactor it, right? But then let's export it as is, so we can just know what we're up against, right? So let's try that. So modeling, I can just call this M1. This is other modeling. Okay, so we have another one, which is this one. So export info. So just do m_2, m_2. All right, so we have another image of Philip. All right, so let's export that. So Philip is full. You can see the full image. So this will be Philip. This is the first time I'm seeing Philip spelled this way. All right, so Philip, and what else? So we have design for multiplayer, right? So let's just grab the image. All right, look at the first image right there. So we export it, and we export the info. This one will be D_1. Okay, let's do it for the other one. Okay, this is actually two. I can just group them together now, and then export. So we have it there. So this one will be D_2. All right, so there we go with this guy. See how this guy here, and we selected, we just exported. So what's his name? His name is actually Elon. All right, good. Then we can move on to all of this section. So what we have here though is a bunch of logos. So let's grab them all. I love the design here. It's actually a good layout if you know what I mean. So we could actually just leverage grid for something like this. So this is really cool. So we can either export the whole thing like so, which is really cool, right? And then we just position it, right? So this could be a thing because this is actually like static values. They are hardly things that changes. So let's export this. So let's see how it looks like already. So you can see it looks good, right? Looks good. So we could just play around with this and yeah, just have all of them in one place instead of multiple places. So we can call this scale or security scale or whatever. Security scale. All right. So nice. So now the next thing is we have a different section, perhaps, right? So this is just like bunch. We can make this dynamic because I think a lot will be added to here in the future. right? So, but what we do need is just these ones inside of it. We need this, right? This content, right? So let's be able to export this. So export, we have all of this. So yeah, so we're going to export that, and we're going to call this one F1. So this is basically, it's telling us the features. So you can do F_1. So let's select everything here again. So this will be F_2. All right, let's go out to the third one. So this will be F_3. Okay, so let's go in here. F_4. So export F_5. Yeah, so the best bet here is that we're going to make it a reusable component, and then we just have to pass in all of this images to it. So this one will now be F_6, right? All right, nice. We have all of those, and then we are good to go again. So we have the builder side of things, and everything here looks cool to me. But we have some cool fading out things going on the background. That's very cool. So we'll be able to replicate all of those. So you can see we already have a section. It's a linear gradient. So this is what we use to basically fade out all of this component. So we could have 6 elements, but then we'll apply this as a fade out. So you can just export this as a linear gradient. So fade gradient. Nice. Okay, so next we have to make sure that this social icon, we have it. So we have export, and we have it as SVG. So this is actually the old icon for Twitter. I'll just call it X. Okay, so here we have a few icons that we need to worry about, and let's export them one after the other. One avatar. All right, so you can just use A1 all the way to A6. Okay, export. So make sure this is selected and export. And we're going to do this as A3. A3. So we go deep again. Oh, export. A4. A5. A6. And lastly, we have one guy here, which didn't quite show up, right? But yeah, it's fine, right? So I don't think we need to put this there, right? So here we could just apply the gradient at the last set of entries, all right? So nice. So here we have another thing. We have very cool design. So this is group one. So export, good, nice and clean. So we're just going to export this. So this one is under ready to build. So let's rename this to ready. So ready to build. We have the white logo or footer logo. We could do the SVG here for logos things. Just delete this one. I'm gonna name this to footer logo. Let's name it again. So footer logo right there. Okay, all good. And also we have a few icons here. We already have this. We need this one. This will be dribble. Okay, I actually pasted it here, but I can't find it. Okay. Okay, so we have the dribble to SVG, nice. And next we have the LinkedIn. Okay, so we have this other part. Chart. So call this chart. Right, yeah, so I think those are all the relevant assets that we'll be needing for this entire, application. And that is so good, right? Because the next thing now is that we have everything that we need. We just need to start playing around with all the relevant components, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take in everything in this folder, right? I'm just going to do Control A, and I'm going to drag them into the public folder where we have the images, right? So we're just going to drag everything into the images folder right here. Boom, there we go. So we already have this, can just delete them out. So now they are actually within our images folder. So yeah, we've actually made a very huge changes. So for this, I think you can just push your code. So you don't have to, worry about missing code and stuff like that. So initial project setup. And I think we did a few things in the very beginning, which was adding the last section. Okay, so I think that should be good. And this will take us back to where we were, which is actually to start building out this thing, the navigation, right? So let's start with that. And I'm just going to go over to the navbar. So far, this is what we are having, not this one. And let me see, 3000. This is what we're having so far. All right, so let's build out this guy. Okay, so we're just going to have so we are going to have the logo. We're just going to play around with the different setups there. So we have the images slash logo that is really something like that. Shoot, nice. So now we need the links, right? So we have the links here. So what we can do here is that we can bring the links outside, right? So, but then from the looks of it, this actually has to be modified. It has to be recorded all the time when you have this component. Why? Because we have a dynamic value here, which is the carriers, right? So let's play around with that. So I think that carriers will always change for the most part. Okay, good. So now we're just going to build out the navigation. All right, so let's do that. So what we're going to do here is that we're going to create a kind of a list, right? So that list on array, right, and will contain the different links as well as their properties, right? So let's just do that quickly. So you can do links. It's going to be an array of object, and it's going to be the item or the actual link. All right, so let's do item here. So you can choose to create them later, but then I'll just do that, and then I'll create the name. Should have name, and the name here is okay. This one has actually customer. So the next is the name will just follow the same suit. Okay, this will be the change log. All right, so we're just using one route. What do you call it, route or path? Yeah, it does, doesn't matter. Then we have the help. So next we should actually have one other thing, batch count. Batch count. Okay. So batch count is going to be a number, so I just put 0. So all this batch count that basically has like 0, 0, whatever would be shown. Only the ones that basically contain something specific or contains the value starting from 1 will be shown. So that's help. And we'll go over to carriers. So we can put this at 4. And then next we have the pricing. Right, so let's put this at 0. So those will actually just be our links, right, for the most part. So what that means is we're going to create them here. So we're going to map it. So we have the item, we have the index. So then we have our component, right? So we'll bring everything we have into here like so. And then we'll take this out. Okay, so the first thing we do here is to make sure we're passing our key, and that will be the index. Sweet. And next thing we do is to make sure that we put in the actual name, which will be this, the name. Nice. And also we have to account for the badge. So there are cases where we'll be having a badge. So in that cases, that means we basically need to wrap everything in a div container so we can be able to explore better. So put a key right in here. And the next thing we do is to now say, okay, let's include the badge. So the badge basically has like a background. I don't know how big this is, but let's inspect it. 1616, which is 44. So it's 4 with 4 rounded 4. That should make it circular. And then if we basically have an item dot batch count. So there's something I need to show you. I think a lot of beginners actually make this mistake a lot. There is an actual example of a batch code, right? Why? Because the batch count is actual number and not a string. So for that reason, if you do something like this, even if this doesn't exist, you're going to have zero basically there. So you're just going to have 0. So let's show you that. Let's show you that in root. So you can see you just have zeros everywhere, which doesn't make sense, right? So that's why if you're using a number and not a string, the best thing you do is to use the conditional, right? So the conditional like so, and then you can just do an empty span. So yeah, I think this is actually the best way you can tackle case-specific issues like this. So yeah, so this is actually it, and by basically I have like 4 or something. So what we'll do here is to make sure that the content is an actual item.batch count. Alright, so we're just going to do bg primary, and the text itself is just going to be semi-bold, font semi-bold, and okay, so we're not seeing it for some reason, and I don't know why that is. Oh, okay, so let's do the text white. Text white, and then we have to put our paddings, right? 4, 5. Okay. Not sure if I understand this rounded full. It's not giving me the vibes, which is so weird. So let's do rounded. It's going to be 16/2. Okay, 16/2 is just going to be 8 now, isn't it? That should be 8 pixel. That kind of worked, but at the same time looks so weird. Okay, we call the padding. Let's do it right there. Let's refresh this. That's so weird. The badge itself is so freaking weird. Good because of the span, or do we need a div? Oh, we needed a div. So put 4 there again, and rounded will now be so this is 8, sorry. So this 8 looks bigger. Expected, let's move the paddings. Yeah, something like that. So this can just be a rounded. Yeah, rounded full. Just if a center. And item center. Alright, so we basically don't use span for cases like that, but divs instead. Okay, so I think that makes sense. And the next thing is we have to make sure that we are flexing this. Flex, and we can add some gaps. The gap between this guy and this guy is like 4. So 4 pixels should just be the gap of 1, isn't it? So I think it should be more than that, maybe 2. Okay, nice. Okay, so this is exactly what we're having for the first set. All right, so let's move on to this other part. So we have the sign in, and then we have the other button, right? So it seems that all the button for some reason has like this very cool border effect. Oh, they all have, they all do. Okay, so let's make sure that our button follows the same pattern. So I'm just gonna go in here. So this is sign in, and so we have the main button component, text. Let's go up again. So there's the text right here. So in this button, there's one adjustment we want to make. We want to make sure that the border basically maps to this, right? So it maps to this stroke, right here. So I'm just going to make sure of that. And you can see we have our classes right here. So you can do this, and we can do border. So yeah, so let's try that. So can we make it like inward? We would have something like inside or something. I don't know, I haven't seen like inside before. Maybe border. No, I think just normal border should just work. So we'll remove the shadow. So by default, this border doesn't have shadows. Okay. So rounded is like 12 pixels. Okay, so we can do a border. Let's do one RMSC. Okay, nice. Just gonna do 1.3. Okay, something like that. Yeah, but still looks more like it. And when you over, you can still do stuff like that. Okay, so the width on the other end needs to just, sometimes you don't need to specify width. So we can do width. So we have full width here, and we can do contain as an extra width. So here, what that will do, I'm just going to define it. So I've added it to part of the type for now. And if the width, so we can come here and say, if the width is equal to contain, then to undefined, Let's do that, right? So let's try that out. Since if we got a full width, do this. Else the width is equal to okay, is width equal to this, then do this. Okay, something seems off. Alright. A little bit to the next step for some reason. So yeah, something like that. Alright, so maybe we can do this. Alright, so let's try this out. So we can do width contain. Okay, switch like that. Okay, so I think the thing is still too big. We can make it a little bit lighter. So the border we can do 0.2 rem. Maybe 0.25 rem. Sweet. Okay, so I think that really works. That really works good. Right. So the same thing should apply for this one. Let's just create it. So we're going to make a duplicate of this and put it here. And we're going to call this the sign in. Right, sign in. So the text again, basically can have different color. So we can do our classes as BG white. Alright, and is it classes? I like to not call it classes, so I will revamp it a bit. Because the problem with classes is that it's not really type compliant, but we could easily just convert this to class name. To class name. So that way it's more, type compliant. So class name, I can do BGY, I can see I still have what is expected of it. Okay, so the text is actually here. And let's see if we already have the class defined somewhere. No, we don't. So we can do text. Okay. So the stroke for this somehow is different. So there's the border. Okay, nice. So when you override, we don't want to do anything. Override is still white. Okay, nice and clean. I think we already have it. The only problem I have though is the rounded nature. It just looks so off. So let's see if we can fix that. Rounded 12 pixel here. I don't know why it's so weird though. So let's do 2 rem. Okay, let's do 1.4. Yeah, it looks more like it. Looks more like it. Or 1.2. 1.3. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it looks better that way. Okay, so good. All right, so the next thing is we have to make sure that this is actually, responsive. So if it's responsive, we want to have something like this. All right, so this is what we are having so far. And if we're missing anything, yeah, the spacing seems too much. So let's fix that. There's a 20, which is half. Nice. And what else do we have, right? So let's make sure that, oh, we're actually having a close icon at the edge of this thing. I never knew. So let's add this quickly. Right, so let's do that. Our last section, and so multiply icon, or we'll call it, or cross icon. Let's check that out. Oh, not really cross, like, let's check Lucid React. Oh, or plus icon. You can just use plus, then we rotate it. Let's say if we have like generic icons for that, but if we don't, we could just use the plus icon. Plus icon. Nice. We just rotate it. Order 45 and color white and okay. So one other thing we can do here, since we are justifying everything, we can just do between actually. That way we can add a very small div. Yeah, so that way we still have our guy at the very edge of it. And we'll add a function, so you will just take it off, later. And maybe we can just do it now, shouldn't be a big deal. Const show a lot, set show a lot. So default will be true, right? So if show allowed, we want to show the entire thing. Else we just forget about it. So it's fine to have it in this component. Shouldn't be a big deal. Okay, so let's take all these off. So you click on that, and we want to do on click, say to false, right? So that should be straightforward. Okay, so we are using useState, we have to make sure that this is a client component. Alright, so then we try it again, and we can do cursor pointer only on over though, only on over, and over like this, and then we can close it, right? So refresh it, it comes again, then we can close it. Sweet. All right, so now the next is we're going to build out this guy. We want to make sure that it looks exactly like this. So let's build out the mobile the mobile version. Okay. So let's go back to navbar. Okay, so first up, I think we'll start from the page. So we're going to put this to in a div. So we can say can do flex, and the going to be flex column, by the way, and column reverse, by the way, fix column, something like that. All right, so let's refresh this. So this is what we're having. So the problem now is that this guy, the logo, the navigation is just stuck to the top. So fix that in a bit. But before we fix that, let's fix the logo issue that we are having currently. So the entire source from here, then we'll just paste it in here. So we have that, and not sure why we should be needing the width. All right, nice. You don't need anything there. And the next thing is the logo, right? So the hamburger icon is very specific, so I need to be able to export this. Code is SVG. Then we'll just group it, right? So we have these two and then we group it. So this is what, not sure why it's too big for some reason, but it's fine. So let's export this icon. So we can call this the menu. Okay, so we're going to bring everything into the images, menu.svg, right? So we're going here, and the next thing we do is to just do images and we do the menu. Okay, so let's try that again. Let's minimize this guy. Boom, there we go. Sweet. Alright, so that makes sense. We will want to achieve quickly. And we want to bring in all of these guys in. So all these links stuff. And we're going to just put it here. Alright, so we'll put everything in here. So we'll change the class name to obviously match that. Well, let's not change it. Let's just see how this turns out first. Oh, nice. Looks good already. Nice. So then we can take this off. Okay, we have the signing part of things. Let's grab this guy. As you can see, it's taking the full width, makes sense. The gap, we can just reduce this to like 20. Nice, nice, nice. So desktop view, we have something this cool. On mobile, we basically have all of this. So this looks good. This looks good already. And yeah. So one of the things that we need to worry about is the state of the content itself, right? So let's fix that. We have to make sure that that thing stays on top. Okay, so we understand that this one is fixed. So top can just be, let's do it first. Okay, so that we can be able to see that guy, right? So, oh, okay, this is different though. This one is now at the bottom, not at the top. Okay. So we don't need to touch it then. So we'll keep it top 0. Top 0. So what we'll do though is on the alert side of things. On the alert side of things, we have to make sure that column is reversing. Column reversing, and some of this on use import quickly. So this MD is sticky, which is fine. MD top 8. is a 20 and say form. Let's try that. Okay, let's do it. Okay, let's do 5. All right, so this is 5 that we're doing right here, and as you can see, the font has become way smaller. So here we have the enter for just 12 pixels. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the navbar, and the text we are going to change, the alert. Okay, so the text here, we want to change all of this to text 12 pixel, and the text can just be 16 pixels as usual. Okay, sweet, nice. Okay, so the next thing is we want to be able to make sure that it stays in the same proportion as the logo itself, right? So let's make sure that is the case. So navbar basically has some MX thing going on for him. So this is MX41. I'm just wondering if it's too big. I think it's too big, so let's do it to like 20, 21. There's a space in here, and actually just maybe MX4 should be fine. Okay, something like that. So the same thing we apply for alert. Allow will just do MX4, the same thing. And also we have some margin top thing here. Okay, let's do 1. Let's do 0 there, sorry. Okay, so the page thing again is that we have to make sure we add some spacing here and at the top, which is like 16. Nice. So you can do MT4. Nice. So let's minimize. Then we have this. You can close it. Sweet, right? So yeah. So with this, we've been able to build out the things that we build out. And the only problem I see though with this is that if that thing is gone, if the alert thing is gone, we should take off this one. I don't know, it doesn't make sense for us to have it here anymore. Yes, so that means it's best placed in the alert section. So in the if show alert, so here, so we can wrap everything within a CN utility. And what I'm going to do, if show alert, do MT4, else you can forget about it. So we have to import the CN utility from the utils folder. So I'm going to do that and just import it. Okay, so if you take it off, yeah, it doesn't be a problem right there. So let's do small, still have everything, shape, large, fresh it, small, we have it here. Great, right? Nice. So on an actual small device, let's inspect that. So this is what we'll be having, which already looks good. Looks good, by the way. And yeah, that's actually no problem at all. They can be able to read more and do whatever they want to do. So I think this makes sense. And one other thing I'm noticing is that this is supposed to be one word with this guy. Yeah, but it's a little bit broken. It could be due to the. So let's do inline flex. inline flex should keep it in one line at least. Oh, that doesn't seem to work. Okay, maybe this span. So let's do as. Does that work? I wonder. I doubt if that works really in real life. So it's not what I meant it to do. Okay, so I was looking for a way to make this guy, just cool, right? So, or maybe the gap here. Let's do this. Okay, the gap still is a problem, right? Still a problem. But what happens if we just make this in a normal blink tag like so? Okay, I want to inspect why that is. We could remove. This is tricky a bit. But I think this should already work for some reason. What happens if I just place the read more here as a test? Some random text there. Oh, it's still messed up for some reason. Okay, so let's put it within here and we'll convert this to a div for the most part. Yeah, better, yeah, better. So I think this looks better, than expected. And anything we want to do, maybe we can do padding left 3 or whatever. That should just be fine. So it will be the padding to the left. Okay, so let's check it out on bigger devices. Nice, everything still looks good, clean and as expected. All right, so I think with that we've actually completed the navigation session. So everything works as expected. So all right, we're back and we're just going to continue from where we left off. Right, so the main goal, let's build out this zero section, and we already have it. We already have the zero section component all laid out. So we just need to build out the the basic interface and stuff like that. All right, so we're just going to go to the page itself. I'm going to close this out real quick. Let's close this out. Let's go to source app and then page, and here we have the arrow section. Nice. So we can quickly rename this to the section, and what we're going to do is to try to understand this part, right? So we have one little component here, and then we have the arrow section itself. So this one on the other end, we can just we can call it a card, right? But not really like a card per se. Well, it's actually a separate subsection, right? So yeah, we have to decide what to give to it. But ideally, we can have something like hero header. Right, so we'll call this hero header section. And we're going to go to where we are having a list of sections. I'm just going to add it right there. So this would be the hero header section. So what we have here might be text that changes, but in this case we don't really care about that. We just want to put in the chip that we are having. You can denote that with a div, and then the text there is new, and then we have another write-up, right? So we just have like a paragraph per se, and that paragraph is obviously what we are having here. So we can select everything and then we put it right in here. And we're going to have, I'm going to try to separate this part though, because they're both the same. So I'm just creating new div and then I put the icon chevron right into it. So that's actually coming from Lucid React. As you can see, we're importing it right here. And the next thing is to make this thing, look good, right? So let's add in some classes, same here, and yes, same here. All right. So if you zoom in, we basically have the outer container, and this is the side, right? This is the color, and you have to click on this on link button so you can be able to view the actual thing, which is what we're getting right there. And let's see if we already have it defined. Fortunately not, but that's fine. So we can do bg and put in the pound sign and we paste in the color right in there, right? So this will be its own separate chip, by the way. So let's do it. So let's go here for the text, click on here, we have this, right? So this will be text. So we're just leveraging Tailwind's arbitrary value to be able to control it. And the text is white. And what's the size, right? So let's select it. And the size is actually 10 semi-bold. Right, let's do text 10 pixel, font semi-bold. All right, that should look good. And that's what we have so far, right? So we have to import it, by the way. So we import that component right there. And if you're wondering now, I'm basically doing this auto import, is that you put your cursor at the end of the component, and you basically just want to do Control space key on your keyboard, or Command space if you are on Mac, right? So if you're on Windows, just do Control space. If you're on Mac, do Command space. All right, how that makes sense? All right, so basically have something that looks like this. It doesn't have a background here, so it looks pretty ugly. So the background that we're having here is this one. So let's see if we already have this background defined. I hope so. And here we have it as a primary color. So what we're going to do, we're just going to do bg primary. All right, so you can see we have the new and stuff like that. Nice. So now we need to add some patterns to it. So we have to use the Alt key to check it. So I would say we can just use 8 pixels ultra, right, for the patterns. So you can do P2, that will be 4 times 2, that's 8 pixel, right? Right. Okay, all right, that makes sense. Nice. So the rounded nature of it is around, we can see it. I can see 100 there. All right, let's do that. Do rounded 100 pixel. All right, nice. Okay, nice. So now what next thing is, we're going to make sure that this guy is actually inline. So do inline block, so it doesn't stretch to the very end, it just stays in line. And the next thing that I think is very important is to just put a parent flex wrapper, and yeah, we just let it, do it center to center it vertically. And let's see the spacing, just few spaces in between, like 4. So that will be gap 2. You might be wondering, how am I really getting, that's actually just gap 1. How am I getting all of this, right? So the way it works is basically, the way Tailwind works is that every little dimension is default to 4 pixel, right? It's default to 4. So that means if I do something like gap 1, that means that what that means in pixel is actually just 1 times 4, That's is going to give you 4 pixel, as you can see right here. If I do something like P2, that's padding 2 on all sides. What that's going to do is going to do 2 times 4, which is 8 pixel, right? So I hope that makes sense, right? I think I had got a couple of questions regarding that. Okay, so we have this now, and we didn't check the size of this guy. This is still 14, which is fair enough. And yeah, that's mostly it. And we already have a few paddings here though, right? Just minor, very little. You can only say 2 pixel. So okay, px 2 pixel is like 0.5. Oh, that's actually 2 pixel. It's 2 pixel. All right, but 0.5 times 4 is 2. Okay, so that's for the px. What about? Oh, I mean the py, not the px. Sorry about that. Py. So px though is on the x-axis. The spaces between here and it's still 2. Alright, so that's just p2 for both x and y axis. Alright, so that's basically it. That's all we have. And now we can come here and do inline flex. You might ask why. Because we don't want this thing stretching to the very end. We just want it to cut when where the text basically marks out. Alright, so I think this one itself basically is rounded. So the radius here is still 100, I think. Alright, so let's do rounded 100 pixel. And I need an outer div or container. Why? Because I need to be able to put the entire thing right within it. Now I can actually flex this guy. Flex justify center. Alright, so let's try it out and fresh that again. Alright, nice, we have it. Sweet. Right, so this is basically this little component we are having, which I think is so cool. Right, so let's go on. And well, I did notice something here. The distance between here and here is not particularly 2, it's like 8ish or 10, but there's some spaces here. So I would say 10. Right, so let's do that. Padding, right? 10 pixel. Sweet. Alright, so maybe we can make this a little bit more obvious, right? So instead of p 0.5, let's just do p1, something like that. And then we can do p left 2, something like that. Yeah, something like that, much more obvious, right? I can do 1, it's fair. Alright, too much. Okay, so I think that's that's okay. We don't want to spend our entire time building a simple component. Let's go over to the header. So here we have a text. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this text. And if you remember correctly, I once made mention of the fact that we are using 2 default themes in this application, two font types, basically. And this is where it comes into place. So we want to basically use this font. I think this font is Giro bold, right? So let's copy the text and we can put it right in here. All right, so we have another one here. Put it right in there. Make sure there are no apostrophe or whatever. Then we have a button. We have the main button component. Text and text as prop. So the text here will be start for free. Let's do size small. Well, we have 2 buttons. The other one is talk to sales. Alright, so let's see what we have. Alright, nice. So we don't need any what's it called, bother. Right, so we can just override that, do bother none, and the bother radius, changed as well, right? So radius here is 12. Okay, interesting. So the same thing will apply to, I think, this one, the same classes, just that the background will change anyway. Right, so we just change just the background. PG white. So when we go over, PG will still be white. Okay, so we have to worry about the text. So that's the text color. Let's see if I already have it. No, we don't. Then do the text and put it right there. Nice. So we can forget about, we need the border because it's a white background. Doesn't make sense for it to be empty. But the border color here seems a little bit lighter, right? So let's do that. Okay, so that's the border. Okay, nice. And we can do one pixel, something like that. Sweet. All right, so that's it. And we have to give some space in between here and here, which is just 12. And what we're going to do is to do flex gap 12 pixel. Alright, so now we want to be able to style all of this major text. Alright, so first off, we need to give this the required font. So how we go about that, it's particularly straightforward. The class name, we're going to use the CN utility and we're just going to import it. But when we have the CN utility, we want to do Gilraw font, something like that. Gilraw bold, class name, and what's the size of this? So we have it selected. This is like 92, right? 92. Okay. All right, so let's do that. Can do 3SL when it's small. Let's see. Good. You can see now we have the same font. Right, so the customer relationship manager or magic, sorry. So you can see we have the same setup. Right, so if we want to achieve the same thing like what we're having here by having a break and stuff like that, having customer on top, we can do it in numerous ways, but for the most part, I like to always do it like this. First, I convert it to a div, and I just break it right here. And the next thing I do is that I center this particular text, right? So that way it's, it's positioned. So the leading is a little bit screwed up, right? So let's see the way we can make that better. So here we can now do the leading. Leading basically means the line height of your text. Okay. Okay, so let's do leading 5. Okay, leading 16. Leading 32. Okay, we don't have that. Let's do 5 rem. Alright, something like that, close. Let's check it out. Yeah, very close, very close. All right, that's almost perfect. Maybe we can add 0.5 to that. All right, something like that. That was perfect. Yes, so this is basically it. This is the structure that we are having. You know, we already know the color, which is this guy. Let's see if I already have it. Primary, by the way. Right here we go. Okay, so we have the right color. So the distance between here, let's close this out, and here is 32. The distance between here and here is 32. So for us to be able to achieve that quickly, we just do my 32. So 32 divided by 4, I don't know, man, but let's check it out. 32 divided by 4, that's it. All right, so we can just do it and wide. So that should be good, at least for the most part. So we have a spacing to the top, and then we have to the bottom. So this guy is the second one. What's the size? It's actually size 22. And let's do 8 test 22 pixel to center. Okay, so the color, all right, nice. So we have to bring a button to the center. Let's assemble them, justify center. Boom, there we go. So now we already have a very good structure, but one thing I don't like about this thing so far is the sign-in button. It looks so weird to me. So I need to go make it a little bit lighter. The border seems to be too thick. Right, so let's go to navbar. All right, so navbar will come in here. We have a start for free. We have a sign-in. Right, so we have border 0.5 pixel. So 0.8. Yeah, something like that, or even 1 pixel. So 1 pixel is same thing as doing border. When you over, you can see below 1 pixel. All right, something like that, right? So I think something like that looks better than what we're having right now, right? So I think we can actually just correct it from the main button itself, right? So here we'll check in where we're using the border. Oh, this is 0.25, right? Actually, let's just do, it's too much, let's do 0.1. Okay. 0.2. I see, it's only good for the dark one, but not for the light one. All right, so that's fine. So what we can do is go back to the navbar and we just put our border in here. It's fine. Nice. Okay. All right, all good. Nice and clean. So I think that's basically it. So now we want to build out this other section, this other part. So what we want to do here is that we want to try to use, either we put in the actual image directly and we stretch it, or we kind of want to put in like an actual YouTube video right within there, and we'll click on it. You know, it basically just opens up a modal and it plays some sort of YouTube videos. It's a video for us, right? So, and they can choose to close out of that modal. I think that's a very good approach. Let's try it out. Let's cook. All right. So this is going to be in this section, by the way. So let's do that. I'm gonna call this a big image section. All right. Let's get an extra div. Okay, so let's do image. Then we have to put in our source, the out. We call this the hero image, and this is going to be from slash images slash. And then we have something already called hero. I'm not sure. Let's see. Hero. Okay, we have hero.svg. Oops. All right, let's see. Hero.svg. All right, so yeah, we already have the svg form. That's so good. Okay, so the phrases. Boom, there we go. So you can see we already have the structure right here, which looks good. Right, so one thing that we can do is that we can just make the entire thing overable. So how that goes is we can come in here and we can say over cursor pointer. So the entire thing is overable, at least on the image side. And next thing is we want to be able to stretch it. You know, it doesn't need to be stretched, but we want to have a very good layout of it. So what we can do is let's try flex with full justify center. Yeah, let's play with that first. Yeah, something like that. Something like that, at least for the most part. And this part will be clickable, right? So we just click on it and then we basically just render a a YouTube video or something, right? So for us to be able to do that, we need to be able to create a model. So this is going to be very custom, guys. I think you guys are gonna like this. So let's go to Shadcn, and we're going to basically have the model installed. So there's actually, I think it's called dialog here. Click on that. Yeah, there we go. So we need this dialog. So to install, we just need this command. So what we can do is you can just spin up a new terminal instance right within VS Code and wait for it to boot up. And then we'll just paste that in there. So this is going to install the dialog component for us. And while that is actually installing, I can go in here. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab the entire thing. Right. And very straightforward. And I'll create a new component. This would be within the modal section. So we have the components, create a new folder, modals. So this is going to be Euro YouTube modal. Okay, so change this to Euro YouTube modal. So we have like a trigger, something that will trigger it, right, and that should be fine. Okay, so let's check the status for installation. Okay, we already have the following package, Shadcn. Okay, proceed. Alright, so we're still waiting for it to give us the green light. Okay, so while we're waiting, I'm just going to grab a kind of a YouTube um, display system, right, for the most part, right? We basically have quite a few of them, but let's see. React YouTube. Right, let's try it out. Very popular, right? 220,000 views in the last published Oh, 2 years ago. Not bad. Still fair. Still fair. Regular amount of downloads, and it basically takes in the eyes and the width and all of those things. Mm. So, well, the thing is, I don't like this approach. I have a better approach. I'm just going to get the snippet from one of those live projects I worked on, and I will explain to you everything I did there, basically. All right, let's get to it. So I've basically, I think the installation is complete. Let's check it one more time. So we already have it installed. Nice, nice, nice. We don't need impure, we don't need label, we don't need all of those crazy stuff. So what we can do is that on this side of things, we can just create our own whatever, right? It's going to be within the dialog content. It's going to have like a title, description. Why do you need a description though? Stick that out. And we're just going to put the entire thing here as a content, so to speak. So now I've basically brought in the component. It's called the YouTube. Just name it the YouTube iframe. So it's going to take in a few props. Let me open it up for you guys. So this is the YouTube iframe component. So what we're basically doing is we take the video URL, right? So we'll take, as part of the props, we're going to take in like the video ID. We're going to add like an autoplay picture if we want it, and the title, right? So the title we want to obviously use within the iframe. So these are the props that it takes. I think two of them is required and this guy is optional, right? So what we're doing is we're basically just having a couple of event listeners. When we reside, we want to be able to keep track of the width of the device so that we can be able to shrink it properly, because most of the packages you have out there, they're not really like responsive. You can see this one, it's very weird, telling you have to specify definitive width and height, which doesn't make sense, right? So this is why you basically want to write your own custom component to handle the responsive cases. And there's one component that allows us to do that for the most part. Yeah, I think it's very simple. Just take a look at it. You know what we're doing right there. All right, so let's go back. So we need the video ID, we need the autoplay and whatever, and the title. And let's go YouTube ID. There's the autoplay and the title. Is it welcome to Artio? Is that a name again? Let's check. So I need to take this off so it doesn't distract you guys. Artio. Alright, let's go. It's called Artio. And this would should just be full if you don't mind, but let's see what we have so far. So now we need a video ID. So I'm just going to go to YouTube randomly, and I'm going to just use any of those videos there, any of the finance videos. Let's do finance. This finance, what is Artio about? So Artio is a customer relationship. Let's do something like this. Just paste that on YouTube. Okay, so this is good. I think we can use this one. Or what is the CRM? I'm looking for something that has a very cool thumbnail. Okay. I haven't seen one so far. That's so weird. Alright, no problems. So what I would do, I would just use this. Let's copy let's just share. And then we have the ID. I hope this is the ID. Or this one. I have no idea. Okay, let's do embed. It is iframe. Yeah, something like this. Okay, I hope this is the ID though. Yeah, I hope so. All right, let's try it. If we try it doesn't work, we'll use the other one. I'll use the ID. So what we're going to do is to obviously put the ID here and let's bounce. Okay, so let's click on here. Oh, we're not linking it yet. All right, so we need a trigger, some sort of trigger, and that trigger, fortunately, is what we are having within the error section as this image. So we're just going to go in here and put the image here. So that means we can use the modal directly like so. Alright, so let's phrase this. You're importing a component that uses use effect and stuff like that, blah blah blah. Alright, so what it's telling us is that this component, there's some modules I'm using import quickly, is that this component, the YouTube iframe component, uses like a use effect, and for that it should be a client component. So we have to convert this to a client component like so, right? So this way is using use effect. All right, that makes sense. So let's rephrase this. Okay, so there we go. And now we can click on this. We should be able to have our mother, and we have our YouTube coming right up. So that is weird. For some reason, it's not working. So that means that is not the ID. Obviously, this is. All right, so let's try this out. Let's go back to the error model and put that in there. This time, we don't want to specify with.
Are you or are you not righting all of the wrongs that Alex created in Salesforce?
So we can see we already have we already have the structure. So let's rephrase this one more time and click on it.
Are you or are you not?
You know, we have the autoplay feature set to true, so that's why it's basically autoplay. But this is very small. We want it to be a bit bigger, and we don't even need any paddings on the side. So we need to figure out a way to remove those. So just going to select this. So here you can see we're having a couple of patterns right within it, but then I need to be able to prevent this kind of behavior, right? So let's do P0 right there. In the content, you can see we have it full squad. Good. And the next thing will be the text for the closing, right? Maybe we can take that off. I don't know if they allow us to do that, but in Shadcn, but there should be a way to just override it. So the dialog basically needs to have like width. Let's do with full. Okay. So with full doesn't do anything. Let's target the dialog itself. No, we can do that. With screen. Let's try that again. Not good. I want to control the width of this dialog. Let's do 100 pixel. Okay, so somehow it doesn't. Oh, the height worked, but the width doesn't work for some reason. Oh, could it be because of the parent component of using flex here and stuff like that? Let's take those out. Still same. All right. Let's look for where Shadcn full width for model. We need like a full width model or something like that. Yeah, so the mid width was what came with it by default. Let's try this. Setting the minimum width to 100%. Alright, so let's go back. Okay, so something like that. Good. Okay. So yes. So the other problem we're having, we don't want the width to be this big. Alright, but we can do, okay, we're going to do a bit of a calculation here. Calc 100 view width minus 800 pixel. Something like that. Yes, something along this side. Okay, so this would be the for the medium screen, and then we can do main with full for mobile view. Okay, so the height is not changing, but that's fine. That's not something that we can fix. So we can go to the YouTube iframe. Let's customize it for now. So it's having some sort of default height right here, and all right, so this is what we are having so far. We could actually just play around with this to match the width, the height of the actual container. Right, so having a fixed height is not a good idea, not at all. Okay, I don't want to have a fixed height. What happens if we don't do fixed height? Alright, let's take that out. Are we having fixed height anywhere again? Oh, we still have it in one place. Right here. So let's just say we don't need the fixed height. Okay, so we say complain that it can actually be null. Okay, let's do this. But in our case, in fact, let's undo that. We have this. We can just do. Oh, okay. I think we can set it default to whatever we want. Let's do 900. It's curious.
Are you or are you not righting all of the wrongs that Alex created in Salesforce?
Okay. So the problem with this is trying so hard to keep it responsive. Right, so on mobile we still have ability to close it, and then the height is still a problem, right? So let's undo quickly. Okay, so On mobile, basically uses the responsive width that we're having, the responsive height that we're having, and somehow on desktop still looks so weird. What's that? Let's click on that.
Are you or are you not righting all of the wrongs that Alex created?
Let's refresh this and click on that. Okay, you can see it's really responsive. All right, so we don't really like when when you stretch the screen, it doesn't really give it the good view, but at least what you get to have
Are you or are
is
you not?
is a good setup. So I just need a very good way to control the height. It doesn't need to be fixed. It doesn't need to be fixed actually. Can we do 100? Oh, 100 is not really 100%. Just going to do at code 100. Okay. All right. Okay. So if we have this, so that means that whatever that we are having here doesn't need to be hard coded anymore. Let's see. Nice, nice. This is what we wanted to achieve. This one now is responsive and makes sense. So one other thing that we'll fix is a weird thing across the sides, right? The white thing, not a good thing. So let's do management pixel. I doubt that will work. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. So what I can do, let's do P2. Okay, so we have P2. We just have a very good shade of you know of white around it. Is that good enough? Yes, I think that is pretty good. Pretty good enough. And we could use some sort of gradient, right, to kind of make it look extremely good. Right, so let's try it out. Let's try to use some sort of gradient and see what we can have, what we can get. All right, so we're going to leverage one of those UI libraries, UI primitives. I learned of these ones. You can have them in my list somewhere. All right, there we go. Let's try this one. Motion primitives, that's it. Okay, so we have one component here, not completely sure, but let's check it out. Animated border tree. Oh, we can do this animated border tree. That would be so cool. All right, so let's do it. You can see we have animated border tree. Nice. So they say add this to the CSS angle property. Right, we should add this to this CSS to the angle property. Add Tailwind config.js. Are we adding it to CSS file? Not sure what it meant by that, but let's try it out. Source app global, and we put this in there. Doesn't seem right. Okay, they are all experimental features. That's crazy. All right, that's fine. Okay, so we have the keyframes, we have the animation. So add the following to your Tailwind configuration file. So let's take this to the keyframes. So we have the tray, and then we have the tray animation. All right. Okay, while we need on the following command, make directory. Or you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You can just copy this crazy code and use it. Okay, so we have it. It's a provider. It's actually a layout, so it's taking in all of those. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this and add it to my common component. Go to app, go to components, common, border tray, CSS, paste it here. Call it is the right name, animated border tray. Let's name that quickly. Very good. So we have to now wrap this around our our component, right? So this is the content. We want to have that border tray. Okay, so let's try to put it here first. Let's see how that goes. Okay, we have some warnings here. Duration. Okay, so it's checking. No quick fix. For now, let's just disable this. Set library issue, which my issue at the moment. So you can disable with Shadcn, so it doesn't yell at us. So that would actually disable it in a few seconds. Why is it not working? Yeah, that should just work. That's what I copied. Okay, wrong. CS, ignore, the G is missing. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so let's play around with what we're having so far. So since we changed our Tailwind config, we have to start a server. Okay, so it's still compiling. It's gonna take a few more seconds. I hope so. Okay, so it's loaded now, which is a good thing, and we're just going to test it again. So you can see our
Are
border
you or
thing,
are you not?
it's working, but not the way we want it to work. Not the way we want it to work. Um, so let's go back, and so that means that this guy will now be the one having the classes without work. But let's say, okay, so we have the width. No, that's bad. Let's do it for both. All right, not looking good. Not good at all. So there's something wrong with border tree. Shouldn't interfere with the actual width and height of the child element. So let's take a look at what could be causing that. Border tree. So height, fit, width, fit. No. Let's take those out. And let's take that one out as well. Okay, so let's make sure that there are no issue with the height or anything. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Okay. So see how the relative. Okay. So I full doesn't change it, which is so weird. Because this already works with this removed. So this is what we're having currently, but somehow this component kind of affected it. So what happens if we just wrap a div around here? Does it affect it too?
Are you or are you not righting all of the wrongs that Alex created at sale?
Not really. So that means it's this component problem, and on the other way around. Let's go back to
Are you
animated
or are
border.
you not righting all of the wrongs that?
So I will just disable the autoplay thing for now. Okay, we have the absolute, insert 0 and other stuff. Tray size, tray color. Let's try it again. Oh, nice, nice, we have it. So we need to make sure that, yes, it's moving, it's moving. So we have to make sure that it's bolder. We don't want to make it like a little bit bold. And so it looks good, right? So we have the tray size, medium. Let's do, I think when you override it, it has large. So let's do large and see. So yeah, now we want to do trace size of large. All right, nice. That looks so perfect and so good. Right. So yeah, I think this is something that is really good that we can achieve quickly. And so this will still work normally when you are on some devices or something. So let's see if there's a way we can customize the back button in these models. So what I can do, I can just go deep into the dialog trigger, the dialog component. Okay, so this is what we're having. We have the overlay, we have the content, we have the close. All right, so this is the close button. Here we can just control here if we want, or we can just pass ties in from the top component all the way to this place. But we don't have that time. So what we can do is that we can give it a BG of white, and here can get the text of black. You can see we already changed the background color, and I feel that we can make this a little bit bigger by increasing like the width and stuff like that. So let's do padding 8, rounded full. Okay, so rounded full is a duplicate. So let's see how that is a duplicate. Okay, so we have padding 8. Let's padding 2. Alright, something good like that. Get it good. We have to make sure the X is a little bit bigger. Let's do 6. Or too much. 5. Nice. Alright, so this is a very good system we already have. And we can choose to position it anywhere, maybe close to the edge or whatever, but this just looks good. So when you click on here, you have your lazy mode that comes up with your actual animated YouTube view. So now we have to take this back to the autoplay mode, so it's making much sense. All right, so let's rephrase this. Okay, so let's check it out again. Click on so.
Are you or are you not writing?
Nice. All right, so let's try to make these for iPhone, something like that. So let's click on here. Boom, you can see it's very responsive, so that makes sense. So this is achieved, it's already achieved. We just achieved a very humongous feature, right? So I think this is a very good way for you to start out. So yeah, we're done with that, and the next thing is we want to be able to play around with this with this logo footer. So what we're going to do is obviously to bring all the components in and then animate it, right? So we used to have like a marquee component. I'm going to show you guys that quickly. Yeah, sorry about that. No, right here. All right, let's go to the link. Okay, we have something called marquee. Okay, we have mask, we have mirror, we have scroll review, scroll review. Nice. I'm not using it, but really good. Um, I can't find the marquee component here. Alright, let's try this one out. So we have fast marquee as well. Okay, 3 years ago, not a good start. Let's see. Can you show me a demo? Thank you. I know it's moving, which is good. I want to make sure that it's can control the movement. Okay, so this is actually moving in the same direction. Can you control the direction? Okay, right or left? Oh, nice. So what we want to basically achieve now is that we can display this part going to the right, and this will be going to the left. That'll be perfect. All right, let's do it. Okay, here section. Oh, we already have a dedicated section for the marquee, which I think is super good. Right, that means we're already done with hero. But one little adjustment we need to make here, let's close out on those and go to page.csx, is that this is starting from the hero section. We want to give them a parent container. Right, so we have to specify some class names. So we have to track the distance between this guy and the top navigation, which is like 80. Alright, so we have to control this as well for both the mobile as well as the desktop view. So let's do mobile text 8, desktop 8 pixel, something like that. Something like that. Very good. Very good. Not bad at all. Interesting. All right, let's build a marquee session. That will be really fascinating. And we can actually just go over it and we can open it right away. And we'll change this to section. And what we're going to do is to bring all our component in. Then you just put it in, put your component in, and then you play around. This is perfect. This is the right way to obviously build apps, right? So this is the way you build npm packages. All right, let's kind of remove all of this. Make sure that the abstraction layer is as limited as possible. All right, so we're going to have a marquee component as a wrapper. Well, we can leave the previous one. Here we just modified. Forget about the props for now, and we just put this guy. So passing the key. Let's check it. Nice, good, perfect. You can see it's coming from right or left or wherever it is that we specified. I'm just going to close out the rest. So now let's play around with maybe the location, if direction, good. Left, right, up, down, right. So direction of this one would be left. So we're going to have a different, first of all, we need a way to obviously wrap it. not on individual element. Does this take in class names? Yeah, it does. Flex, justify between. Yeah, I don't know if justify between works, but just try that out. But if it doesn't, it's still fine. You can just add code, the margins between them. So distance between here and here is like 89ish. Alright, 89ish something. So just the flex and gap. It's an pixel. Okay. If that doesn't work, doesn't understand what flex is, that's completely fine. And you can just add a margin right here. Here's an pixel. Okay, nice. So this would be one structure, which is very good. This will be coming from the left, and the other one will be coming from the right. So let's do that. Okay, fantastic. So we need to give it some space in between, which is like 32. And what I can do there is 32 pixel. 50 times 4 is 8. Empty 8 should give us 32. Okay, interesting. So I think it can actually be a little bit faster. Why? Because we need a way to be. So there's one thing I saw on the demo. We're kind of grayed out, so we can do that as well. So we have gradients. Gradients. So there's a gradient on both. So that means it's, yeah, something like that. Nice. So one other thing I think we can control will be there are too much spaces apart. We have to fix that, right? So so I'm thinking maybe to just put this thing at the center. Let's see if we already have props to undo that. Pause, we have pause on clear, we have pause on over, autofill. Yeah, autofill. That will be so good. Autofill, same here, autofill. Fantastic. So this is what we're talking about. We can control the speed later on if we want to do that, right? So I think they have a speed value here. Speed calculated in pieces per second. So this is speed. Maybe we can make it a little bit slower, so fast. And yeah, so let's do speed 20. Does speed take an integer? I guess so. Nice. So that basically gives us a proper, a real life, setup, right? So it moves from left to right and stuff like that. So we can be able to pause it on over, right, which is so good, and on click as well, right? So I think on mobile that would come in handy. So pause on over, pause on click. So the same thing we can put in here. So when over here we'll pause it. Over here you pause this. Over here you pause it. Over here you pause. All right, interesting. So that is it basically. This would be the other section, and we want to be able to give them like distance between anything that I want to work on, and the top it's like 150 MB or something. 150 is 120. So I think there's still a very large humongous space in between that we can see, right? So I think for that we might want to be able to separate this in the page. Let's do flex this column gap 32 and the gap 150 pixel. Let's try that out. Right, something like that. Something like that. Nice. Okay, so now let's go into other part. We're done with that section. We want to build out this side of things, right? So we need to build out this header and make it reusable, because this is what we'll be repeating for the most part, right? So let's do that. Okay. So common, and just create a header component here. Landing page header, custom header. Okay, so the header is going to take in the title as well as the description. So title, description, title string. Okay, so we have a title and we have the description. So this is what we're just passing there, and then we already have this very cool computer icon. So now let's do that. We're just going to have like 2 divs, right? So this one will contain the title. Okay, and this text is the Giro board. All right, so what's the size? 52 and so on. So there's something I forgot to check. That is the title on small screen. Oh, small screen, see, it's off. So we have to reduce the leading for the header right there. So let's do it quickly. Navbar. So that's the text for the hero section, I mean. So the leading, let's put MD there. Okay, yeah, so that's fine. And somehow 3XL doesn't look good. Let's try 4XL. Sweet. All right, so 4XL looks better, right? And okay, and good. Let's close out of those. Okay, so let's get the header up. We already know that the font family is Zigiro bold, right? So let's just build it. Close out. Okay, so this is the title, and I'm just going to make sure we're importing the scene utility and give a bold class name. Okay, we have text 52 pixel. Can use your text to SL locally. This would be for medium, and the other one would be for mobile medium. All right, so good. And the next thing, we can play around with the leading a bit, but then that should be just fine. So we have the one ID thing. Let's put it here. That's text primary. Okay, And the next would be, a way for us to be able to play around, the setup, obviously, right? So, yeah, so this one is different. So we just grab a font and then we should be good. All right, so this is the text. Well, we are not coding. We'll grab the description and then we'll put it here. Okay. So this is what we are having so far. All right, and the size there is like 22. 22 right here is regular, so it's fine. Text, 22 pixel. So the spacing between here and here is like not really 16. I think it's more 16 or 17-ish. Well, let's do 24 is fine. Okay, so the next thing now is that we need a way to be able to bring the image component in. That would be slash images, then slash. We're gonna close this down here. And it's a computer or a desktop. Desktop icon, something like that. Alright, so we have the public, we have the images, and the next thing we look for is a desktop, sorry, typo, is the icon right there. So are we going to have it? Chat, PNG. Let me just look around. Should be able to find something real good. There's a flip, fancy. Oh, I called it the fancy square. Right. That's interesting. Alright, so let's bring that in right there. Fancy underscore. Okay, alright, so let's use this component. So we're going to use it within the CRM section. So we name this to section quickly. And we want to be able to have the first div. And the custom meta is going to go in there. With the title. The title here is CRM created to be your own. And the other one will be the description. Okay, so those are the two. We have to import the custom header, by the way. So let's see what we have so far. All right, good. As expected on mobile, does it look like? It looks good as well, right? So now let's make sure that it's well positioned. This on the left and this 46 pixel apart. Okay, so let's go here and we just want to do flex gap 46 pixel. Nice. Seems to be too much. Well, that's the exact design. Okay. So that's good. This is what we'll be using subsequently for all of our title. Right, so on mobile though, I think the gap is too much. Just do gap of 2 or something. Okay, so I noticed that the icon, was actually like reduced drastically. We have to make sure that Here is a block, inline block, so it doesn't affect it. But let's see if that works. For some reason it doesn't. Okay, let's remove that. This does work. So flex is a bit weird sometimes. Okay, so let's do this. Let me make this grow, if that will work as well. Okay, crew doesn't work. Growing this child doesn't really work. So that means we have to set like a fixed width for this guy, which can just be with sustain, something like that. Okay, so you can see. So you can do with sustain, or we set it to something like that. Alright, something like that. This will only be relevant, I think, on mobile MD with 4. Right, because you don't really need it on actual screen. What would do? Alright, let's do with sustain then. With sustain, is it too much? Try with it. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Alright, so let's minimize it. Oh, still good on mobile. Interesting. Right, so that's the what we want to achieve quickly. And I think the gap we already specified have like a very unique way of affecting it, at least for the most part. So that means if we do 16 here, yeah, that should just be nice, right? That should just be cool. All right, so nice, good for us. So let's build out all of this section. Luckily, I think these are just images, right? So we're going to build all of these up. This is an image, but I think we have to build this from scratch. This chart component. Do we have a duplicate of that? Yeah, we do. We have another one here. So we build one and we just reuse it in those two different forms. Okay, we have it here as well. Nice. So good. So good. Alright, so the very next thing I do is to build this component. This is very easy. This is just an image. But building this component might take some time. So let's build out this component. Okay, so it's like a testimonial card or something, or a review card. Right, so let's call it a review card. So here under component, I have a new folder. I can call it cards, and here we can just have like a review card. No, not this one. I'm in a CRM session. This will be for the image, and this will be for the review card. Okay, so this will be for the review card. So the review card is just going to take in a few things, right? So we can just have it card data. So it's going to take in the avatar URL / images / whatever, and the other one will be the actual review, going to be a string of the review. Okay, so we can do that, or we can just put it at the top level. So however text whatever text you had, blends into the same structure. But now we'll keep it as that. And the next thing is the degrees shown as a name. Okay, Sharada. That's pounds. And then we have the position and then company. So we just do position basically. Okay, chief of staff, Pali. Okay, so this is everything that the card will be taking. So I'll hover over this and copy the entire interface. This is what review card will be having as the iProps. So we have to define the interface right here. Right, so then we can bring in the avatar URL, the review, the name, and the position. Right, so for this avatar URL, we can actually leverage the Shadcn avatar for this. Yeah, I think it's very cool. And let's search for it. Shadcn. Okay, I hope we've already installed it, but I'll just try it out and see. Okay, so we don't have it installed. Let's kick it quickly. Okay, so let's do that. We can close out all of the terminals. This guy, and this guy. Alright, so while we install our avatar, and we can control the height as well, right? So that's fair. So while that is actually installing, let's get the actual image for this lady, right? So if we select it, so you go to public, go to images, degrees. I think this is the person, so name that. This is a PNG, and now we just want to lay out all the car data. Spreading. Oops, spreading like so. And I forget the dot. Okay, so I hope it's still installing, still right there. So while we are waiting, let's quickly build out the other part of it. So this will actually be the actual review. And so the review here will be 24. So we can do MY 24 pixel. And at the same time, we'll have a separate div to take care of the name. Right, now let's put the avatar here. Okay, so yeah, so we have a name and then we have the position. Right, so just flex column gap. Okay, so here basically is regular and the font size is 22. 22 pixel. Is it font bold or is it still regular? Okay, so what's the text color? interregular, where is the color? Right here. Do you already have this defined anywhere? No. Alright, so we can put it here. Okay, what about this, guys? So we have the other one, they are both size 14 by default, which is fine. And yeah, go refresh this again. Okay, you can see we have the avatar coming in nice and clean. We just need to make it a little bit bigger, and that should be it, right? So I think after taking like this size attribute, doesn't. Let's say this one. Still doesn't. Let's check. Let's check for the props. Let's check the API reference quickly from Radix primitives. Okay, so here it says it takes in as child, which is fine. So image. Okay, we can just add like a class here to change it. But I don't think on the top level you can just update the size of the image. Alright, that's fine as always. For the form. So this is with 11, that's with 4. So that would be the width and height, by the way. So it makes much sense. Okay, interesting. Alright, so I hope that's really reflected though. Let's click on here, click on the 44. Alright, makes sense. You can see on top 44 by 44. Okay, so one other thing I will do here is that everything on the text is just centered. So we can quickly flex item center, everything. Alright, let's try this out. Flex column. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Nice. Alright, so we have to now work on the image. I think that's already good on mobile. What does it look like? Looks like this. So something is still off, and that's the fact that this text has to be centralized. The center. Alright, nice. Okay, that was interesting. So now let's grab the actual image that we're missing right here and obviously put it right inside. So this is CRM image. So that we can have here. Slash images slash. So we can call this the CRM.png CRM image. Okay, so we'll just refresh that quickly, and then we have, is that a CRM image though? No, it is actually. There's a build, there's a refine, and there's everything. Okay. Alright, so this is something that we need to do now, is obviously to put it either at the middle or to stretch it. Right, but no, I think it's more at the middle than being stretched. Yeah, so what we can do quickly is is to do with full flare justify center. Justify center, and the spacing between here and here is like 68. Yeah, 68 or 64. Let's find a common ground. Okay, so here we just have like 64 pixels right there. All right, nice. And also that will basically influence how we structure this guy, right? Can we have an image that stretches through the entire screen? So let's do full display around that. Here we have this image like so, and which is fine, not bad at all. But we need to redefine it a bit so that it fits within this system. So we need to add like some mx right here. So mx, let's do it rem. So mx it rem. We should expect something. I'm not seeing anything. Okay, it should work. Let's put it here then. Okay. What about here? That worked. That worked as well, which is a little bit strange. Okay, so ideally we don't need to pass in mx to prevent this weird slider. What we can do is we can come in here and do the width. We can use the calc utility, and then we can do the 100 view width. Let's just minus 8 rem away from that. So that will apply it on both sides and it will look very good. Yeah, so this will actually apply it on both the left hand side as well as the right hand side with no worries, no collateral damage whatsoever. So if you take this to the mobile view, so we're going to have this, and also we want to make sure that we don't have this kind of setup, right? So we'll remove that, and yeah, so we don't have something like this. We can just have like a little bit lesser, right? So we can still have the same structure like so, but then can just be one red. Nice, it's coming up now. Okay, it's already come up. No, not yet. Let's refresh it. Okay, not coming up yet. Let's do 2 here. Yeah, something like that. Maybe 1.5 should be decent. Nice. Yeah, so this now makes it a little bit better, and the view will look good on on this kind of screens, right? So the spacing, I don't want it to be too much, so I would reduce it on the mobile side of things. I'll go to page, and on the mobile we just have a few things, right? Okay, so let's get it kicking. So as I was saying earlier, we have to like reduce the spacing in between. Seems to be too much for some reason, right? So we have the gap of 150, then we just do it maybe on mobile. So let's see if that will reduce it tremendously. Yeah, it does, but too tremendously. So let's do 12, please. So 8 is not a good fit. Let's do 11. No, 12, I mean. All right, something like that. Something like that. Nice. Okay, so I think we've been able to capture the sizing, which is very good. And what we want to do now is to try to replicate, the entire structure, so to speak, right? So um, we're going to get into a different modeling section, and we're just going to copy the entire CRM section and we'll place it within the data modeling section, and we just change the name, right? So you can come here, grab the name, and then we'll change the name. Okay, so the custom header here is this guy. Okay, so we can put, oh yeah, we can just have it here like so. And then we have the CRM system as a description, and the image that we have is, I don't know what we call this, maybe model or something like that, maybe M1. Always connected, is that it? Yeah, that is it. Always connected, continually, workspaces, and all of those crap. Okay, so that's M_1, right? So we can now do M_1. We have to assign some sort of background color so it doesn't miss out. Alright, so let's do BG white. So the review card is going to contain, this basically have like 2 images, right? So let's do that one, then we do M2. So for the review, what do we have? We have this guy. So let's get the review first. Okay, let's change that quickly. Okay, so the name here is Philip Mack, Chief of Staff. Oh, I must have spelled this incorrectly on this page. So let's fix that. This is going to be Chief of Staff, Palais, not Palais, but Passion Fruit. Passion Fruit. Okay, so Philip.png. Alright, so let's check it out. Model around data and workflows. Nice. Then we have this setup. Make sure that we are having very good system right there. Okay. This is it. So then we should have the other 2 section. So we have to give some gap in between here and here. Fairly to 28. So the gap here will be 28 pixels. Alright, nice. And yeah, so this is what we'll be having. And so Philip and Mark still needs to be centered too. So we need to fix the review card. It's in center right there. Nice. Okay, so very good, very good. And now we're done with our section. So we have a different one which is designed for multiplayer. And yeah, so we have this other section. So let's quickly see how we can build it out. So I'm just going to copy the data model section, and we need this one designed for multiplayer design. Okay, so here we'll have this actual name for multiplayer design. So first off, we need to be able to bring the viewer into here. So this is actually Elon. This is what Elon said. So let's copy the entire thing here and we just replace it. Straightforward here. And then this is the name will change to Elon Barter. And then we'll have the title. So the title here is co-founder and CEO dot, right? And the custom header here is designed, grab the description. And then we have design for multiplayer. So we have design for multiplayer, and then we have the description, the basic description. So the text on the other end, we have to change a bit because we already have like M1, M2. We should be able to have like D1, D2. So I think that is it. So this not CRM image, but design image. Alright, so let's check this out. Design for multiplayer, we have all of this. We have the image there, we have the one there, and then we have the text. So this text though, there's one other thing that we can do. We can specify a max width for it, so it looks more like this guy, right? So let's say this is a container, and the maximum width of this container is like 610 from what you can see. So what we can do to make it very easy will be something like this. So we can go to the review card. So this review, and then we have the can do max width 600 pixel. So then we'll create an outer parent wrapper, and we'll put it right within that parent wrapper. And what we can do is to do flex. Let's justify its center. Voila, so basically this is it. Looks more like what you are having here, which makes sense. And the same thing here. That's why you have to build these things into components. So you don't have to like, start rebuilding it all from scratch. So if you change it in one place, it reflects in every other pages. So I hope that makes sense, right? So, alright, so let's go to, let's close that out. Okay, so the next section that we're having is a scale with security. So this is a scale with security section. We're almost there. So let's build out this section. So we have this one, as one image, and then we have this side. So we just have to like bring them together. Okay, so the next thing we do, I'm just going to close out. Let's make sure that there are no unused import or anything. Make sure the code is as clean as possible. Nice. So let's close out everything like so. Okay, so go to source, go to page, go to app, go to page. Then we're done with this, and now we're down to security skills section. So change this to section real quick. And what we want to do is very straightforward if you ask me, right? And we just create two divs, one for the left guy, the left item, and the other for the right item. So on this left item, we already have something like start for free and talk to sales kind of thing. So we just need to be able to bring them in from wherever we used it. Okay. So here we're going to use the same utility to use the appropriate font. So we import the same utility right there. We have the bold.class name, and we need the appropriate sizing and stuff like that, which you can get here. This is 40. Okay, it's a 40, and then the text itself should just be text primary or something like that. Okay, so we'll wrap the security around the span. We'll wrap span around the security, and then we'll change that color quickly. And what are we having here though? Okay, that should be our custom gray. Let's do that for now. Okay. All right, so the next thing will be the other paragraph, which is this little test right here. So text 20, and this is the color. Pixel, and then the color. When you say the color, we're talking about the text primary, as you can see from here. Okay, so the spacing of this test between here and here is like 624. All right, so we have 26. So 6 will just be something like 1.5 or something. I'm not sure, but let's see. Yeah, something like that. And the bottom part will just be 24, which is MB6. Okay, so we already have where we have like the start for free button. Okay, so that's it. So we have start for free, and then we have, no, not that one. Then we have talk to sales. This one. Okay. So in this case, we just need to import the button component. We don't need to justify center. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, so this here is still centralized for some reason, and okay, so it's a flex item, which is fine. So just if I start, sweet. All right, so the next thing will be viewing out this guy on the right hand side. As I understand, it's just an image, so you can do image source images slash security.png or something related. Let's check it out. security scale. So we can do security underscore scale PNG. Something like that. Okay, so was it security scale? Is it PNG actually? Security scale.png. Oh, images, not IMGs. Images. Okay, good. So we can just do flows and justify between center. Sweet. So this is actually a very simple way to do this, right? So we need to put some gap in between though. Gap 16 or something like that. And also we should be able to break down on mobile. So we do flex column and the flex row. Okay. So one other good thing we can do though, we can specify very large MX, but we'll not worry about that. So before we round off the lesson, we're going to do a cleanup. We're going to add some paddings along all of the sides basically. So there, we have those margins on the left and the right side is going to constrain it. All right, so that makes sense. Okay, so let's go to a different section. So this one is a bit different, right? But it's really similar to what we're having in all of these places, right? So let's go start from here. All right, so what we're going to do here, we're just going to build two major components. One will build this component, and secondly, we'll build this chart component, right? So this is something that we'll be doing in the very next section. Okay, so we're back, and yeah, so like I said, we're just going to build out those two major components, and we're just going to reuse them for the most part. Yes, so we're almost there. So let's create a kind of an header, right? So this header is really good. I can just have like the content and so on. So let's create kind of a custom header. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to common. I'm going to go to custom styled header, something like that. Custom styled header. Alright, so custom styled header. And it's going to have the same structure with the custom header itself, but we'll just style it a bit. So we can call this the custom styled header. So we're going to have the title. So the title colored, that will be the name, and the title uncolored. Title uncolored. So we are taking both in, so we can be able to render it dynamically. So title colored, title uncolored, and then we'll bring in the description. Right, so come in here, and then we'll bring the description in. Right, so yeah, that should be good, at least for the most part. Our description is already fine. We're just going to do text white. Text white. So all of this, the title here. Okay, check the size. The size here is group is actually 52, which is the same thing as here. So This would be a combination of the title colored and the title uncolored, right? So you can do span. So put that in there. And now this would be the text white. So this would be the title uncolored. So the one that we are coloring though, we need to make sure that the style basically matches what we want, right? So we're using this, so you can see from here. And let's see if we can get the X. So this is the properties, I think. So let's copy that. Okay. So we'll have a pound symbol and then we put it there. So that would be the text color per se. And we're using the group bold as usual. And then we'll just pass everything in. So those are the things that we need, and this should be fine now, except that we do not need the fancy thing there. Right, it's just going to be a div. Yeah, a div of 2 paragraphs basically. So let's move the div out of div like so. Nice. So title uncolored will be here. Okay. Right, so from there we're going to build this component. We're going to call it a card. It's going to be action card or something, thematic environment or feature card, so we can call it the feature card. Right, so let's create a new component. We call this the feature card. So we're going to take a few of the props. So the first one will be the icon URL, and it's going to be a string, by the way. So the next thing will be title string, then we have the description. Hyperobs, we have the icon URL, we have title, we have the description. Alright, so we have some very crazy border here. We look so good. It's like a double border, so we need to figure out a way to basically achieve that for the most part. Alright, so we have a feature card, and we're just going to have a div, and for the image, and we have a div for the text. So for the text, we can put in the title right in here. So let's check the font family for this title here. Good for us, Inter. So this is Inter font medium. So this is actually font medium. We have text 20 pixel, and we create another one, but this one will be for the description. Missing hole right there. All right. Text white. Here the color. Okay, so this is the text, and this is the fill, and this is the normal stats. Alright, that's fair. 6 pixel to the top, and here is 18 to the top, so we can do ten pixel. on the bottom 1.5, that's 6 pixel. And then we have the image, specify our source. So the auth will just be the feature image. Then we'll pass the icon URL to the source right here. Alright, so yeah, this is basically a very good structure. And the next thing is we have to simulate these two borders, right? So how we do that is very easy. We'll actually give it an original border, and then we'll create a shape around it, absolutely behind it, and then we'll give that shape a border with a transparent background. So that's one way we can go about it. Alright, so let's do border. Let's check the border of this one, this first one. Okay, so there we go with this one. Okay, so we can't really say here because we don't have the we don't have the structure. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to have we can make this a relative parent, and then we're going to have an absolute child. Okay, this is transparent, absolute, so 0, there is 0, right 0, and we put the same border thing there. So what this does is to basically give you the entire width of the parent container itself. Maybe we can add maybe a small margin here, maybe m of 2, right? So let's see what this gives us. So while we want to basically visualize this, we can start working on the actual implementation, right? So this is on the more features page, right? I close out everything. So there's a section right there, and this section basically should have a container straight up. We're going to have a container, and we're going to have the other section like so. So in here we're going to define the data. So you can just call these features. It's going to be an array of what we already had in the feature card. So you're going to be an array of icon URL, so it's going to contain the title, going to contain the title, and this will be quick. This will be quick actions, right? And then it's going to contain the description. Okay, so these images now we have to look for a way. I think we're having like F1 up to F6. Yeah, so that's all we need. So we have images slash F underscore 1.png. Then we just shoot this all the way to F6. So this will be automatic enrichment. Then we'll grab a text. So put this in there, and this one will be automatic enrichment, right? Okay, so this one will be F3, and then we're going to have like an actual code extension. Yeah, I think I figure it out at the same time. Okay, so this is the third one. So let's go to the fourth. Alright, so then we can go for the fifth. So I think the last one is actually tiered sorting. Okay, so these are the elementary entries. As we're going to use grid to obviously structure them in three columns, right, per row. So go in here, and okay, so this will have the header, by the way. So here, so we can do features a map. For the item, then we have the index, and we need the feature card. Bring the item in. You want to put the key there as the index, and that should be good. So here we want to use grid columns 1 and the grid columns 3. Well, this will be for large, and they can actually just be grid columns 2. Okay, so that can just be it, something like that. So that would be for a feature card, and this will actually be the custom style header. It's going to take in the title colored. Title colored here is the and so, and title colored. This is actually the much more with dot, and then the description. So this is the description. So let's grab it quickly. Alright, so yeah, I hope that works. So now let's play around with what we have. It's not going to look good, but let's see. We'll start with that. That will be our starting point. So this is what we're having. Nice. Okay, let's start from the actual header. Can't find that yet. Okay, still loading. Where's this? Yeah, there's a problem here. It's not compiling. Unspelled token section. Unexpected token. That's weird. What could be the cause of that? Still loading for some reason. Still loading. What could be wrong? Alright, let's kind of just comment this out. Still a problem. No, this is so weird. So there's the features. Sounds logical. All is good. No errors so far. Could it be this? Not really. Oh, it's actually just not working for some reason. Let's stop 7. Let's run it again. Let's close this and close the entire terminal, the entire editor, and just relaunch it. And let's see. Okay, so we'll wait for it. It's activating extensions and doing all of those stuffs. Alright, good. I think we're able to save it more properly now. Okay, so I think this looks fair. This looks fair. Alright, so let's start. So it's still compiling. Yeah, I'll just pause this for now. Okay, so let's get back to it. And now we have the component properly formatted, right? So yeah, so this is what we have, and this is white for some reason, which is fine, because we need to make sure that this entire component takes in this color, right? So and this is the color we're having. Let's see if we already have it somewhere. Okay, no, we don't. All right, fine. So want to make sure that this entire section here taking a particular color pattern. All right, nice. So now we can see things much more clearly. And in here, we can add our own like pattern inside of it and stuff like that, right? And yeah, so I believe that if we add, so I think I need to set up the global pattern now, global pattern thing. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in any area, something like this. So we expect the pattern to be like 111 pixels away from the left and obviously from the right. So let's quickly fix that so we can see, we can be able to visualize, our options better. Okay, so we're going to do px can just be 1, px1, and md. I would like to do 70. 100 seems to be too far. So you see, it affects this component. Okay, let's do 100, which is fair. All right. So the thing now is that we have to take this component off. take this one off, as well as the next and next and next, because those ones basically have like different colors and stuff like that. So we're just going to take all of these components off and render them on their own terms. Right, so they're going to still have the same structure, except the px thing. They will have their own internal px. So more features. So the spacing between here and the base is 94. What about the top? 116. Alright, let's check it again. 94 then 116. Alright. Okay. So nice. So the spacing between these guys and this guy is 64. This is 64 or 54? Right. Okay. So the next thing is, let's check all these on mobile for now. Nice. Okay, so yeah, we have to fix all of this stuff. We have to center them first. Go back to the feature card. So item center. So you can do 44. PY44 as our generic pattern. So it's rounded to an extent. So the rounded nature there is 24 pixel. Rounded 24 pixel. Okay, so we have double border. So this solution seems not to work though. Let's do BG red 500, just curious. Because we have top, left, right. No, we missed the bottom. Okay. Alright, interesting. So BG back to transparent. Okay. And let's do PX4 or MX4 or M4, something like that. Let's see. Something like that. We will get it, man. Yeah, that should work. So let's do M3 and we'll make sure the rounded state basically applies here as well. So that will give us like a duplicate border, and maybe M2 to make it smaller or closer. Okay, let's compare this with what we have. Very close. Very close. Yeah, I think that's it. It's just perfect. Here it is. So this is exactly the component. So this would be our quick card, section. We could have animated if we want. There are lots of things that we can do with this stuff, but I don't think we have that time, right? So yeah, this is what will be responsible for this side of things, and obviously, so now let's test the responsive nature of it. Okay. Okay, so the padding, let's go back to page. PX can never be 4, but can never be 1, but 4 in the most perfect sense. Yeah, so it looks more better. Scale with security, the leading seems to be too much on mobile. Scale with leading tight. Pace of leading tight and the leading normal. Alright, nice. So there we go. So somehow the cards text actually like overflowing. We have to fix that. And how do we go about that though? Okay, so we have to have our own px. Yeah, for the most part. px4. Something like that. Oh, something is wrong. So the quick actions, so they are on the left. Ah, I see. Okay. So px6. Something that good. So it's so good, to be honest. Alright, so now what we can do is to check it out again on a larger device. You can see everything still works as expected. Nice. So if we break it down, let's check a screen size like this. You can see it's still 3. Medium is going to be 2, and small device is just going to be 1. See how responsive this is. Fantastic. Alright, so let's build over the builder section. So now we need this kind of card, right? So, but before we worry about that, let's bring in our, well, you know what? Let's build a card. So the card will take more time, so it's good that we just build it out. So by the way, it is going to be a different section, and that section will be responsible for everything around it. So I'm going to copy this one and take it to ready to build section, I think, or loved by builders. Yeah, so this is loved by builders section. So paste it in there, change the name, and I'll just take all this off. Okay. So we're going to have like an actual title. Alright, so let's do that. This will be loved by the uncolored with builders, right? And this is the description. That description right there. And now we have a very peculiar button here, more customer stories. So what I will do though, it's a bit different from start for free, but I believe we can use some resize there to to modify it, right? So let's have a copy of one of those entries. Okay. All right. So come here. All right. So we can put it right below the header. And we have to import the main button component. And then the text here will be more customer stories. Okay, so we can just do page transparent. Okay, so we have lots by builders, and also the spacing here will need to go. Right, so the spacing there will need to go. And that means we would not do gap anymore. Alright, so log by builders. Now let's bring in the, so this is the more button. The border is not showing, but the border I can see here is this color. Okay, not the border, none, please. So that's the border. Alright, interesting. And the text is a little bit lesser in intensity. Okay, right there. Alright, interesting. So now we basically bring in the sizing, which is 3264. So we can just do 32 pixel. Okay. Now let's build a Twitter card or tweet card. So here we're going to create a new file, and we're going to have a tweet card .tsx. So within this, we define the interface. Alright, so the interface contains image error, which is a string, the name, and we have the reviewer, so we have the reviewer name, we have the reviewer tag, so we have the review, and then we have the timestamp. Alright, so these are everything that we have, and what what we'll basically use to achieve what we're having here. So we basically have like the same setup as this. We just change the content within it. Okay. Alright, so here you can make sure that we tie there and put in the image URL here, review here, the review name, review tag, timestamp. Alright, so those are everything we need. We go back to the feature card, and we need this guy. Alright, I need that guy. And what I'm going to do right here is break them down into different sections. We have the first div, we have a second div, and then we have the last one. So the first one basically contains, well, so that is the one on the left and the one on the right. So the one on the left basically contains the avatar. So we want to reuse the avatar from the, from Shadcn. So you can have the avatar right here, and we have the fallback. Nice, you can copy that, and we have it placed right in here. So don't forget, we have to basically import it from the components folder, right? So import all of this, not from Radix UI. I think these are always very confusing. Not from Radix UI, but always, from your root component folder. All right, the same thing applies for fallback. So get everything from the component folder, and not the, not the import from Radix. All right, so here we have the image URL, and the width of this though is around 30 something here, 34. All right, so we can do with 34. Is it divisible by 4? 34 divided by 4. It isn't. But if we do something like that, I don't know if it's gonna work, but let's see. Let's go back. No, it doesn't exist. All right, no problem. So what we can just do is to just do 34. Do 34 pixel. We'll replicate the same thing for the height. Right. So you can close out this crazy calculator. And then on the left side, we have the right side, right? So this basically is just the image from images / Twitter. So we have the Twitter icon. So let's make sure that this is the right path for the tweet icon. We have x.svg. I think that's it though. Let's say in the preview tab. Oh, I'm not able to load it for some reason. Okay, so the x.svg. We'll see. Okay, so here now the thing we're going to do is the fact that we have the icons already, and then we're going to have a different div. This one will contain the reviewer name as well as the reviewer tag. Okay, so let's type each of the individual element first. Alright, so here we're just going to do text reviewer name right there, and we have this other one, and we just bring this in there. Okay, so those are the two, and let's align both. So this will be flex and item center, gap can be 3. All right, so we should have a way to distribute all of them as well. So that's this guy and this guy. So we can do that by adding a flex here, justify between gap 4, right? Something like that. So the next one is the actual review. We can just put the actual review here in the p tag. Shouldn't be a big deal. So this is enter and regular text white. It's white, and the spacing between this guy 24. All right, so we can do ny 24 pixel, and lastly we can just have the timestamp. So put the timestamp in there, and we'll add a color as well. Okay, so that's the right color, and potentially what we'll be checking out here will obviously just be, all the items and stuff like that. So let's go to page and go to loved by builders section. So here we're going to basically just have tweets. So feature, we'll call it tweets right there. And we want to basically simulate each of the attributes we have on the interface, right? So we can come here, put everything there. Alright, like so. And we're going to start from the first. So we're having an A1, A2. Yeah, these are all valid. I don't know why they're not opening for some reason. My editor is crying out loud. Alright, we'll ignore him for now. we just ignore it. Alright, so we have the image URL. That's just images slash, I guess it's actually a_1 to the very end. Yeah, that's the reason that makes sense. PNG. So if you want name here, we could put these two on the same side of things. Yeah, that'll be faster. Nice. This is a tag. Too much spacing. So let's remove those. So lastly, let's grab the timestamp. Okay, let's remove those. And maybe we can just replicate all of this. So this will be A2. So let me zoom into A2 quickly. So Elon, we have this long test. I hope this is really cool. Timestamp. Okay, let's go to the third entry. Alexandra Smith. Alright, so that was A3. Let's move one of those out. This basically has like an emoji or something like that. So let's remove that. Space, take that out. Okay, all good so far. Something weird is going on here. Oh, I see. So I'll take it out for now. Put it around here. So it doesn't come between. So then let's undo. Oh, sorry. Let's undo on the Figma side of things. Right, so we need to put this grayish gradient at the bottom. That's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. Figures. And then we have the actual review. Okay, and lastly, this will be A6. So here will actually just be Damien 09, and here will be the text. Alright, nothing else. Now we can select that. Well, alright, that's fair so far. Now let's see what we are having. Right. Let's clear all of this. Okay, so this is what we are having. Not bad, not bad at all. We have to make sure that this one is basically stretched properly at least, and then we're not putting everything at the middle. So what we're going to do, and also we don't have the double borders, so let's fix those. Okay, we can get the double border from the future card. There's an absolute element right there. Let's fix some of that, so much space right there. So copy real quick, go to tweet card, and put it around it. Alright, so now that we have this, we can have the double border, which is cool. And at the same time, So this flex, oh, I see. So item center, nope. All right. So yeah, I think this is actually the basic cast structure that we are having, right? But then it's, it's just a very cool structure that we have right now, right? So, and also you can do justify between, so you can have the, the horizontal. Yeah, you can see that this one is slightly pushed to the bottom, which makes sense, right? So yeah, so this is something that we'll be doing. It's already responsive. We'll hardly run into issues here because we're using the same component as before, so everything is taken care of. All right, so nice. We basically have that. And one other little detail, that was actually omitted is we have a gradient at the bottom. So let's see if we can bring it in, right? So ready to build section. So I think we can just put that gradient somewhere around here, to be honest. So we'll now absolutely like position it close to the bottom. So here I think we have something like called gradient already. Okay, let's do AB. Bravado chart, degrees, dribble, hero, field gradient, the PNG. Okay, so I'll show you guys how that looks like. Let's go to the bottom. Well, maybe we can't see it because it's already dark. It's having the same color. So, but what we can do is we can make the parent relative. And what we're going to do here, we can say absolute in bottom 4, right? And 0. So let's try it out. So you can see we already have it here, but it's not stretched all the way to the end. So we have to achieve that quickly. So with full right here, that should give us that kind of behavior. Okay, so alright, so you can see we have the full width. Nice. Right, so this is actually the little effect that you're seeing right here at the bottom, which makes sense, right? So if you minimize this though, you want us to check the behavior to make sure that it still works well. So it only comes up in, I say, desktop. On mobile it just goes off here because what's the point? So we can do PD large. Alright, so you just show it on on large devices. Okay, so maybe bottom, the bottom 2. Freezer. Okay, nice. So bottom 1. Okay, so what I feel though is I want to give it a kind of space where we can still see the actual text and stuff like that. But for some reason, seems not to be yielding. Yeah, but what we already have works. If we take off the bottom, what do we have? Okay, it goes off. Alright, so we can work with that. Good. Alright, so the next section is the ready to build your theme stream CRM. So this is good because we could already leverage the. Let's take a look. We had one similar section on top. We can leverage the scale with security component to just replicate this, right? So let's do that. Okay, so you just copy this and change the name right there, and we can take this all off. Okay, so this one is build. So we have the Dream CRM. Another important thing is the background. This background changed. So we're going to be using this. Okay. And scroll down. Okay, we have that background. Why is it not reflecting? Right. So now we basically need some text by default. So that means the text I'll be having here will be white. Okay, so let's play around with that one. So it doesn't work. So that means we have to put it on a per tag level. Right, so text primary, we'll move that to text white. So start for free, basically has this color. So and we have start for free. So I think we'll just go with this one. Looks better. And for some reason, yeah, the background is not resonating with what we should have. Okay, maybe we can have what we're having now and just reduce the opacity. Okay, something like that did work. Nice. So when you override the same PG background so it doesn't appear weird. Nice. So we have talk to sales, and then we no longer have we don't have this anymore. So we're about to change the size of that text. So the spacing between here and here is like 32. Okay, so the next thing is we bring in this icon. So we need to know where we had that. Okay, so ready to build. So this is it. Can rename that. Not rename, just grab the name from there. And yeah, so that's the name we'll use for we'll use it right here. So all right, now you can see how good that looks already. Okay, so this reminds me, we need to be able to put in some patterns within it. Okay, so the same patterns is the one that we've used in the previous love by builder section. So let's check the patterns we have there. So this one, right? So we can use that same thing here. Okay, so PY seems to be too much. We're more concerned about the PX thing. Alright, interesting. Great. Okay, in order to wrap it up, we would quickly build out the footer. Right, so we'll close out on all of this. We'll open up the footer section. Change this to section. Alright, so we have a div. So we say footer logo. Okay, so we have the footer logo, and then we want to build out all of this step by step. These are just links, right? So I will not worry about all of these crazy icons or whatever, right? But I think we'll just make it simple, right? So it's it's easy to understand. So we're going to create a few data set. So create object that contains a product, and this product will contain an array of the different links. So the first one there is the change log. Okay, let me zoom in a bit, and then we have the customer stories. We have security. button. Okay, so that will be for product. So let's go back to company. We have the about, we have the careers, we have the blog, we have the startup program. Okay, so the other feature is active form. Startups, GF flow. So we have the support, the app center, we have the talk to support, the API docs, we have the system status. Right, so those are the different lists that we'll be having. So first off, I think we need to create a list that looks like this. So just to mention, I'm actually just ignoring this out of it. I think you can do it yourself, right? It's very easy. It's just like a div, and then you just justify between them, and all, you have this. But I will focus on this now, so it's very clear for you guys as well. So here, what we're going to do, we're going to look through each of them and being able to render them appropriately, right? So on the div section, we're going to have a div. So we basically have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. So let's see the spacing between here and here. That's like 32. Alright, so let's do so margin top area will be 32 pixel, and at the bottom can just be like 50 pixel. Make sure it's in a square, 50 pixel. And here we want to do data. Okay, so we can do first of all the title. Products. Alright, so this spacing is just like 12. Alright, so after that, the next thing is to loop it. So we just need to render each of the item. So we can include a key here. Just put in the index right there, and Let's not forget to adjust the color as well. Copy that. Okay, right there. And I feel this should be in a div of its own, and that way it's easier to play around with. That's first column. Okay, so let's see what we have so far. Yeah, and also for the footer, it takes in the same structure as Love by Builders, right? In terms of the background and yeah, something like this. Okay, so I think we need to bring this guy in again. The py thing. So you can put it here. Okay, maybe it's too much. You can reduce it a bit to hopefully 90 pixel. Okay, so we just do over. Okay, so doesn't do anything, but in real life you want to just make sure they are actual links. Alright, so let's do the same thing for company, RTO 4 and support. So I think we have it there. So now the last part will be for us to bring it together like this, and we'll be leveraging the div here as well. And there's the page ready to build. So for the medium, color. Then I'll just be MD4. So let's bring the div in here. Okay, so we're going to use the same buttons I think we use in the specific section. No, not this one though. So that has been the one we use in the start for free thing. So let's grab those and we'll bring it in here. Let's let's import the main button. So this is start for free. So that's the background, and width here is just going to be full underscore width or something. So we have the width property, we have the full width. Nice. So the same thing we do for the second one. It's going to be talk to sales, BG not white, just transparent. Let's check this out. Okay, nice. And then we can put the text to white. Okay, so nice. So that means we need to be able to align them now on here. So how do we go about that? Well, pretty straightforward. I might just use something like an grid of flex, right? So today I will just use flex, right? I think it's always good to handle cases like this with flex. Alright, so we're going to put in flex here, justify between with full 8 and flex row. Yeah, let's play around that. Boom. Right, but there's a problem here, and it's already like we want to be able to wrap through it so it doesn't really appear weird in some cases. So we're going to add a flex wrap feature. Alright, so when it gets to somewhere like this, it just starts wrapping. Right, so you can see, nice. So let's fix the bottom part. We need to make sure it's column and not row. Okay, so make it column now. Let's make this one grow, and let's see. So it grows too much, becomes a problem again. Alright, so okay. So if you have a big device like that, let's check this side quickly. So you select this. Okay, yeah, this looks even distributed if you ask me, because we have a very large button on the side, as you can see, and then in here we basically have all this chart, all these flex children, and they basically all have like equal spacing and so on, right? So let's see if we can make this guy times 2 of the initial width. Can I go through? Does that exist? I doubt. There's nothing like that. Okay. Well, I don't want to dig too deep into this. Something feasible, but I think that is exactly how we'll wrap it up here today. One thing you can do is you can just like specify like a minimum width. You can say 200 pixels, for example, and it's going to take that minimum width, for sure, maybe 300. Alright, so you can see it begins to look more like what you already have, right? So as you can see, you come in, if it comes to squashy, it just breaks, it breaks to a new line. All right, so this is one way you can basically achieve it. There are lots and lots of ways. You can use grid or whatever, but then this should give you like an idea of how the system works. So let's fix the over right there quickly, and we should be good to go. Okay. All right, nice. All right, so I think with that, we've come to the end of this wonderful section. Thank you guys for sticking around. And as usual, catch you on the next one.